What's up, Lisa? Great to see you in here. Great to see you in here, Lisa. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lisa. It's all good. Yeah, if you don't mind, please go back and check out. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody being in here. It's a beautiful Thursday night here in Chicago. So hopefully it is a beautiful night wherever you guys are located at. We're gonna get you that one more sub chasing for sure. So definitely. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Facebook. Thank you everybody who's watching on Kick. Thank you to everybody who's watching on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Twitch. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you, Lisa, for commenting on Kick and for commenting on Twitch as well. You are awesome. I still need to get more followers on my Facebook brand page in order for me to live stream to my Facebook brand page. But currently, I am live streaming to my personal Facebook profile. So looks like we got Sheila in here. Um, Thank you, Sheila, for being in here. Highly appreciate that. Thank you, Libby. Chasing Four Calls, Lisa, everybody. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think brother John, Pastor John, seen my text in the chat. Um, where I told him that I would be streaming, so I think he missed that. But otherwise, he would have. I think he was going to raid me. Oh, it's okay. It's not an issue at all. So, but I do believe he missed that in the chat there. So, so yeah, great chase though. That I watched from Pastor John, nonetheless. So good stuff there. Good stuff there on his channel. So it's all good. Like I said, it's all good. If you missed it, it is all good. So I could have texted them too, but I did text them, but I didn't text them about that. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate you all being in here. What's up, Omni? Great to see you. Great to see you. So, thank you, Omni, for being here. Sheila, everybody, again, who's watching on Facebook, everybody who's watching on Kick, everybody's watching on Twitch, and everybody who is watching on YouTube. So, welcome in, Omni, Libby, Lisa. Uh, Give it another like 10 minutes or so. Let people let people get in here. So, but tonight's teaching is going to be about uh, 17 spheres of the Earth. So I don't know if you guys are aware about spheres. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But nonetheless, there are four main spheres, and then from those four main spheres, we break it down into 17 spheres. And then I will touch base on them also too. Um, the layers of the atmosphere. So, which is pretty cool stuff. So we'll get a little bit of knowledge there, little cool stuff. So, little cool stuff, and we're gonna work our way up, all the way from the bottom, all the way up to the top. So we'll work our way from um, inside of the crust, and we'll work our way all the way up to um, space. So, we will go everywhere from the bottom of uh, you know lower mantle, middle, basically the middle crust, and we will go all the way up to space. So, very cool things. You'll get to see where things, hang out at, like where satellites hang out at, things like that nature and stuff. Like so, but that is how we divide the Earth up. We divide it into four main spheres. But again, we'll get into that here in about 10 minutes. Then we'll get deep into it. So, hope you guys are having a great night. Again, it's a beautiful night here in Chicago. Hope it's a beautiful night wherever you guys are at. So yeah, it's gonna be a great session. So looking forward to it. Kind of get to divide and understand how these four main spheres all interact and how they work together in conjunction with one another. They are all dependent, not independent of each other. They are all dependent of each other. So it's a really good thing. But again, thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Libby. Everybody who's in here. So Sheila says, got nice weather here in St. Louis. Awesome. That's very awesome. I've actually never ever been to St. Louis, so never been there. It is though the gateway to the west, right? That is basically why the arch is built for. It's known as the gateway to the west. So yeah, I know St. Louis can get pretty steamy as well. Definitely some humidity and some unpleasant dew points as well. So feeling a little sticky, for sure. I've never been to Louisiana, but people from that I've heard people talk about from Louisiana say you don't know anything about humidity and sticky weather until you go to Louisiana. And I can understand why it's so bad down there. Obviously, it's right close to the ocean, but there's a lot of swamps. And just kind of the level, like the geography of how where Louisiana sits. So I guess there's a lot of people that say there's nothing like humidity in Louisiana. So that's just what I've heard. I've never been there. I've never experienced it. So, but that's what I have heard. So again, we'll give about another 7 minutes here, and then we'll jump in. We'll jump in. Let people still pile in. Um, Anything else? But yeah, like I said, uh, I do believe that Pastor John obviously did not see my message, and it's okay. So from that, but nonetheless, Thank you to everybody on Kick. Thank you to everybody on Twitch. Thank you to everybody on YouTube. And thank you to everybody on Facebook. As you can see, from my sub count up there in the top left corner, you can see I got 4,700 subs on YouTube. So this rate should be about 5,000 in about another 2 days. So it is awesome. So Monk, thank you, Monk. I appreciate that. Very awesome. Monk says stopping by to say hello to everybody before heading to bed. And then let me read that again. Let me read that. Hope everyone has a good night and day. Keep it up, John Boy. Thank you, Monk. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for your support and encouragement. God bless you. Highly, highly appreciate that. So, thank you again for being in here. So, great encourager, great supporter. Highly appreciate it. Highly, highly appreciate everybody's support. Appreciate everybody's support, encouragement. Great stuff. So, a lot of greatness. A lot of greatness because you guys are great. So, you guys make this all great. Again, wouldn't be where I'm at with number one, obviously without God, and number two, without you folks. So very good. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed Pastor John's stream though. Um, Pretty cool. Always cool. Always great streams. Always great streams from Pastor John. So always, always great stuff. Sheila says, "Have you ever chased, John?" No, I have not ever chased. I have been a fan though of chasing for a long, long time. I've studied chasing. I continue to study chasing, but as far as actually me being out there chasing, whether it's uh, by myself or with somebody, no, I have never ever chased. So, um, yeah, nah, I have not. So maybe one day it's up to the good Lord. If that's what the good Lord wants me to do one day, I will, you know, make it out on a chase or something. So, but yeah, I have not. What about yourself, Sheila? Have you? Have you ever chased? Sheila says no. Okay. Yep. No, myself. So awesome. Well, you've come to the right place, Sheila, for sure. Because I love learning about tornadoes. That is my that is basically my main well, severe weather is my main expertise. But besides that, I'm very well versed, right, and when it comes to all weather. But yes, you come to the right place to learn about tornadoes if you want to. So definitely. So definitely. And I don't know if you've been here before, Sheila, but there's a model, an acronym that is used by us meteorologists. That is, or anybody in the weather community can use it. So I highly recommend you using it. It is called SLIM. So SLIM, and this pertains to tornado genesis. This pertains to how tornadoes are formed, right? So tornado genesis. So SLIM is the model, and the S stands for spin. And that was what we're going to get from wind shear. We're going to have different, as you go up in the atmosphere, you're going to have winds at different speeds going in different directions. So that's wind shear. So the more you have of that, that creates spin. So spin is the S. L is going to be lift. So L-I-F-T, lift. So you need spin, you need lift. Lift we will get in the form of like fronts and boundaries and things of that nature. Um, so that's where a lot of lift is going to come from in the atmosphere. So the next one is instability. So that's what the I is. The I is instability. And for the I, we get that in the form of our CAPE values. So our convective available potential energy. So the higher the number, the more chaotic and more fuel that storms are able to get. So that's where we get our instability from. Um, so that's going to be the main thing you hear out there is CAPE. Um, and then for M, moisture. M is moisture. So we have spin, we have lift, we have instability, and we have moisture. For moisture, that's going to come from dew points, humidity. So you have dew points there, you have high dew points, the more moisture that is in the air. So storms need moisture. Without moisture, tornadoes don't happen. You need to have moisture. So again, you need to have um, those four main ingredients for tornado genesis. And so hopefully help you out a little bit, Sheila. I don't know if you were here before when I've talked about that and mentioned that, but use that model, please. Um, so Slim, SLIM. And thank you. It's Admire. Thank you, Admire, for subscribing. Thank you for being here. Highly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very awesome stuff. Thank you. It's Admir for being in here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Great to see you. Great to see all of you. Great to see everybody who's in here. So, Chasing says, okay, round one of dog duty. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Sheila. I appreciate that. I appreciate if you check out any and all of my videos. I appreciate you taking your time to do that. It's a very humbling experience when people watch your stuff, when people very, because I know definitely know that time is very crucial. Obviously, we don't get time back. So I'm blessed to have you guys obviously spend your time with me. I highly appreciate that. But yes, thank you, Sheila. Yep, please use the slim model. That is that's the four main ingredients that we need in order for tornado genesis to happen. So when it comes to that, but welcome in, Chasing. Obviously all of you great folks. Chasing very awesome stuff. If you have not subscribed yet to her channel, please subscribe to Chasing for a Cause. Chases for a great cause. Has a pet rescue. Um, so that's awesome stuff. That's awesome sauce to have that. And really take care of pets there and really rescue pets. And it's, it takes a lot of stuff to do that. Um, so very thankful for Chasing for a cause, for doing something like that. It's very commendable. So, but yeah, please subscribe to Chasing for a Cause. Please give her some subs, help her out. Really, encourage her, support her. Is doing any type of social media. You need a lot of encouragement and you need a lot of support, and not just meaning financial support. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you just need words of encouragement. You need great words of support. You need that. You really do, because you will question. You will question. If it's for you. You will question if you're growing, if you're doing the right thing. So you will question yourself. You'll question, and Um, and that's it's a normal part of the process. Uh, but the thing is you just don't give up. You got to keep going and uh, persevere. Because there are a lot of people doing this, right? There's millions of people who are doing this. So you just got to push through, and you just got to uh, just know your worth and know your skills and your talents. So, but yeah, so it's definitely, but you definitely will question yourself. You definitely will doubt yourself. You definitely will have days where you're like, I don't know if I gave the best stream or if I gave the best. So just like any type of work, right? You will doubt yourself and you will question yourself if this is for you or for or not. So that's why a lot of streamers don't make it. I mean, they only give it they only give it a little, maybe a month or two, and then they don't. Well, one, maybe they come into it with unrealistic expectations, and then two, they allow the doubt and the fear and the unknown take them out of the equation. So you really just got to keep pushing through if that's something that you really want to do and it's something that you really love. You got to just remain in that space. So yeah, you gotta keep going. So and especially if you're if again if that's what you love, that's what you want to do. Just like any job, right? Any job that we work at, we have to any job, right? We have to treat it as fun, right? We have to have fun and not treat it really as a job, right? We just got to look at it as, hey, I'm going to go do what I love to do today. Because if we look at it as a job, it takes away the fun. It takes away our full scope, view of what we're meant or what we want to do. So if we do it, and we have fun and we enjoy what we do. It's not work, right? It's not a job. Um, so we just had a lot of fun. But yeah, you definitely need support. You definitely need encouragement. You do. You absolutely do because the mind will tell you. The mind will start to doubt. It you'll start questioning things, and then it's not a path you want to go down. Because that's what drives out. Um, that's what drives out a lot of people is self doubt. They either don't have the encouragement or they just don't believe in themselves. So Sheila says famous words never stop chasing. Yes, from the great Dr. Reed Timmer there. So yes, I've been following Reed for oh gosh a long, long, long time. So but yes, Dr. Reed Timmer always says never stop chasing, and that's true. You never know, or I mean, you never don't. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't ever stop chasing. So, and that's anything, right? You never stop chasing storms. You never stop chasing your dreams. You never stop chasing what makes you happy. You never stop. That goes for. That's just not for tornadoes or storms. That goes for everything. So never stop chasing, especially what you love and what you enjoy. But so yeah, so looks like we got quite a few people in here now. So looks like everybody is in here now. Like I said, uh, no big deal that Brother John did not see my text about rating and about how he was going to, but it's no big deal. I appreciate him anyways. I appreciate him all the time, for everything he does. So again, no big deal on that. Definitely thankful for all of his shout outs, for all of his call outs, and for everything. So let's go jump in here. Give it a minute here. So we're gonna talk again. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the four main spheres of the Earth. But when we get inside the four main spheres, we break it down into 17 spheres. So really, there are 17 spheres. There are four main ones that get um, all the love and all the talk about and everything like that. But besides that, there are 17 spheres. Once we break it down and subdivide and everything else, and then we jump into some good learning about the atmosphere. Because as we know, the atmosphere is where our weather comes from. So with all of us being here, being weather nerds or weather buffs or whatever you want to call us, um, great stuff on that. So yes, very, very great stuff. Just want to take a second here. Let me go to this. So, everybody, please welcome Chasing for a Cause to the Mod Squad. Uh, so, everybody, W's, and W's for Chasing for a Cause. Great supporter, always in here, basically. Just great stuff. So, yeah, everybody, welcome. Everybody, welcome. Chasing for a Cause to the Mod Squad. So, very excited to make her a mod. So, oh, uh, very loyal, very again in here quite a bit, and almost basically all the time. So, great conversations, just very a lot of good stuff there. So, again, welcome, Chasing to the Mod Squad. So, very great stuff there. Very great stuff. Again, I appreciate all of the regulars. I appreciate all of the usual suspects in here, and I appreciate everybody who just pops in and out. You know, if you're here for a minute or two, I highly appreciate that. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Chasing. Absolutely. I mean, it's understandable. I just wanted to just recognize, right? Recognize your being here and being an encourager and a supporter of of my channel. So highly appreciate that. Very awesome stuff. So yeah, appreciate that. So but yes, everybody, welcome again. Welcome, Chasing to the Mod Squad. So uh, I appreciate that, Chasing. Highly appreciate that. So, uh, but yeah, great stuff. Great stuff happening. But again, if you haven't yet, please subscribe to Chasing for a Cause. Please jump over um, to her profile, to her Facebook channel. Facebook, to her YouTube channel, and please give her a like, and a sub, and help her out, encourage her, support her. So yes, and if you have not liked or if you have not liked the stream, please like the stream and please sub if you have not. Please share if you do enjoy my content. I highly appreciate that. All right, so let's jump in. So without further ado, as always, number one, as always, give uh, praise, honor, and glory to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for allowing this to happen, for allowing me to educate you guys, as you guys educate me as well, for us to thrive as a community, for us to drive forward as a community. So, highly appreciate that. Uh, Obviously, so thankful. So, I always give my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, all of the glory, all the honor, and all of the praise. Very thankful that He also loves, um, you know, all of my shortcomings. He loves me for um, me being a sinner, all of my everything that I am, right? All my shortcomings, all everything that I have done to, uh, all my sins, everything like that. Um, so very thankful for His love and for His mercy and for His grace. Um, and again, just for Him, just allowing this to happen, um, and us to grow and to definitely grow as a community. Again, if you do not know Jesus on a personal level, please reach out to me or please reach out to somebody in the chat, and we can lead you in the right direction. We will lead you in the right direction. And again, it is not us who save you. We don't have any saving powers. We can't save you. All we can do is lead you in the right direction. But Jesus will save you through your faith and your faith alone. So, uh, but it is Jesus who saves, not us. We do not save. We have no saving powers. Um, but again, it is only Jesus who saves you through your faith, and again, your faith alone. So, um, but again, Thank you, as always, to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for just everything that He is. So, very blessed. Yes, and it looks like Casey for a cause put in the chat. She has some prayer. And if you ever have any prayer requests, please put them in the chat. Send them to um, my email, whatever it may be. Whatever. If you ever have any prayer requests, I would love. Me and my family would love to pray for you. So me and my wife would love to pray for you, and we are definitely prayer warriors. We love praying. Um, that's our communication, right? Between God is praying, right? That's how we communicate with God. That's our telephone connection with God, right? That's our connection. So we love praying, and we love praying for others. So again, if you have any prayer requests, let it be known in the chat. Or if you don't want to be fully known out on the internet, you can always send it to my email address. But me and my wife would love to pray for any and all of you. So appreciate that. So let's jump in. The four main spheres of Earth. You read that right. There are four main ones. Hydrosphere. Okay, so hydro, right? Water. Hydro. If you ever hear the term hydro, it just means water. So you've heard of hydroelectricity. You've heard of hydroplaning. You've heard of something. So anytime you hear hydro means water. So we have hydrosphere. Then we have the biosphere. So what is the biosphere? Bio means life. So biosphere is made up of every living organism. That's us humans, that's plants, that's animals, that's anything that's living. That is what's made up of the biosphere. So again, bio means life. It means living. So it actually means biotic. And then lithosphere. That is the lithosphere means stone or rocks. That is attributed to land as well. So we have hydro water, we have bio, which is all living organisms. We have lithosphere, that is basically the land, that is stones, rocks, soil, everything like that. And then we have the atmosphere. So if you hear atmosphere, right? The term atmos that we hear comes from the word air. So atmosphere means air. So anytime you think about, all of these prefixes mean something. So atmos means air. Hydro is water. Bio is life. Litho, basically land, geography. And atmos means air. So the four main spheres are hydrosphere, biosphere, lithosphere, and atmosphere. So, for those of you who don't know, the Earth is a third planet from the Sun between Venus and Mars. The Earth is made up of several unique properties, characteristics, composition, and they all affect the process of the Earth differently. Yes, every one of these properties and elements in the Earth system are largely categorized into one of the four major subsystems, including water, living things, land, and air. So water, again, this is hydrosphere. Living things is the biosphere. Land is lithosphere, and air is the atmosphere. These are regarded as the four interlocking wonders that create the Earth's diversity. So again, these are not independent of each other. These are locking. These are all dependent on each other in order to coexist. So again, all these spheres are dependent upon each other. Cumulatively, they are primarily grouped into biological, living things, and physical, non-living things. So again, we have biotic, and then the other term, biotic means living, non-living means abiotic. So if you ever hear the term biotic, that means living. If you ever heard the term abiotic, that means non-living. So the biosphere is all about biotic. So it's a biotic sphere. The other three spheres are referred to as abiotic spheres. So non-living things. Chasing for a cause says it's kind of like a puzzle. It is. It is a puzzle. So, and they all interlock, and they all again are dependent upon one another in order to for everything to exist and flow properly. So if we go to um, so these four wonders of the earth are dependent upon each other and have been used to make the study of biological and physical components of the earth easily comprehensible. So they are scientifically called the biophysical elements, namely the hydrosphere, yes, hydro for water, bio for living things, litho for land, and atmo for air, or atmos as for air. So these spheres are further divided into various subspheres, which we will get into. So again, the four main ones are hydro, biosphere, lithosphere, and atmosphere. And sometimes the lithosphere will also be called the geosphere. So if you ever see hydrosphere, biosphere, atmosphere, and geosphere, it's sometimes the lithosphere will get interchanged or changed out with geosphere. So, but it is the same, basically the same exact thing. So what do we have? Let's take a look at the four different spheres of the Earth. So let's take a look at these four spheres of the Earth in a bit more detail to understand how they help make up the Earth. So let's look at the hydrosphere. So hydrosphere includes all the gaseous, liquid, and solid water of planet Earth, and that is above the ground and below the ground as well. So any place that there is water, it is part of the hydrosphere. So the hydro the hydrosphere stretches again all the way up from the Earth's surface downward numerous miles into the lithosphere and high above the crust into the atmosphere. So most of the water in the atmosphere is in gaseous form, and as it rises higher into the atmosphere, it condenses to form clouds, which fall back on Earth as precipitation, which we have learned. If you were here for the clouds teaching, if you were here for just other teachings, I talked a lot about how rain precipitation is formed and with how clouds are formed, which then form precipitation. Um, so yes, so looking at hydrosphere here. So all the water in the hydrosphere is always in motion, just like the atmospheric gases. The natural Earth features depicting the hydrosphere are the rivers, streams, lakes, seas, oceans, and also water vapor. Glaciers, which are the slowly moving masses of ice, are also part of the hydrosphere. 97% of all Earth's water is salty. So again, there is not very much fresh water on Earth when it comes. A lot of Earth's water is salty. So oceans carry most of the salty water, while the majority of lakes and rivers carry fresh water. The Earth's temperature is highly influenced by the hydrosphere. So hydrosphere plays a huge, huge role in the temperature of the Earth's all around global temperature. So again, to repeat that, oceans carry most of the salty water, while the majority of lakes and rivers carry fresh water. So again, fresh water, that's going to be the lakes, that's going to be rivers. Your salty water, that's going to be your oceans and your seas. So very low temperatures are associated with icebergs, glaciers, or ice caps. Low to moderate temperatures are associated with the common types of precipitation like snow, rain, drizzle, sleet, or hail. And high temperatures are tied to dry and hot conditions and evaporation. The glaciers, icebergs, and ice caps are also categorically called the cryosphere, which they are. That is a part of the hydrosphere. So anything that is frozen, so like glaciers, icebergs, ice caps, inside of the hydrosphere, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, but they do talk about it here. If it's frozen, it's part of the cryosphere. So remember, cryo means frozen, right? So, Libby says that's one reason the Great Lakes are so important to the U.S. Yes, if you were to look up facts about the Great Lakes, you will look up and see that they provide. I can't remember the exact number, maybe 1/3, it might be higher, but the Great Lakes provide a tremendous amount of fresh water to all of the Earth. I want to say it's 1/3 or higher of all the fresh water that's is provided to the earth. So yes, that is why the Great Lakes are huge. So important to not only the U.S. but good point out here, Libby, but also to the whole entire world. So yes, if you ever look it up, the Great Lakes provide an immense amount of fresh water. So yes, great call, great point out there, Libby. Great call. So again, we'll talk a little bit about the cryosphere a little bit more. Um, but besides that, the hydrosphere, again, it is a huge main part of the one of the Earth's spheres. So one of the main four. Again, without water, you don't have life, right? Every single thing that's living needs water, right? Got to water plants. Us as humans, we need to drink water. Animals need to drink water. You know, it's uh, viable to that. Libby says 20% of the world's fresh water. Okay, so I wasn't too far off. I said 1/3, so I couldn't remember exactly. But yes, thank you very much, Libby. So yeah, so 20% of the world's all fresh water comes from the Great Lakes. So that is why they are super super important to keep clean, to not dump anything in them, right? When we know there's obviously been stuff in the news about pollutants being dumped in there, obviously from businesses and people themselves as well. So that's why we need to keep them absolutely clean as possible because we need that for fresh water. Um, so yes, 20% of the world's fresh water. Thank you, Libby, for pointing that out. Comes from the Great Lakes. So, and again, water, right? We don't have life without water. So we need water for everything. That's why water is so important to everything, right? So basically, what is it, 70 to 75% of the whole Earth is made up of water. It's only about, yeah, I think it's 70% water. 70, sometimes it goes in between 70 and 75, depending on what you're looking at. And the rest is land. So if we just do the 70-30 method, water makes up 70% of the whole world, and only 30% is land. So that is just wild to even think about. It's wild when you look on a map at how big actually the Pacific Ocean is. It is so large. It is, and the maps don't even do it on a good scale on how large it actually is. So yeah, so 70% basically water, sometimes 72, sometimes we'll say 75. Well, we'll just do 70 as a number. But so again, water is 70%, we'll say that, and 30% land. So again, that's why water is everywhere. That's why we need it. That's why we need fresh water. And of course, organisms, right? Of course, fish, everything lives in the sea. All the things that we have discovered in the ocean, rivers, and lakes, and all the other things that we have not discovered yet, right? There's so much of the world's water sources that we have not even explored or discovered. So there are so many undiscovered, living organisms in the ocean and the seas that have yet to even been visually seen, and but they're there because we haven't explored it yet. So I do believe I think I think they said maybe between 7 and 10% of all the Earth's oceans have only been explored or something. It's like such a small number that hardly any of part of the oceans have been explored. So think about that, right? Think about like just on a massive scale. There is so much in the Pacific Ocean that we have not seen. So much in the Atlantic Ocean that we have never ever laid eyes on. So there is so much that's out there. We just don't know about it yet. So again, that's a hydrosphere. The hydrosphere again, um, that is going to be all your water. And then inside the hydrosphere, there are subdivisions as well. Uh, yes, that too as well. Thank you, Libby. But yeah, so if you think about that, if you think about the hydrosphere, it's everything that is water. And so again, glaciers, icebergs, and ice caps are also categorically called a cryosphere because again, cryo is frozen. So you have to sure you guys have maybe heard of cryogenetics, things like that. So the word cryo, it basically just means cold, frozen. So, um, again, a cryosphere is a subdivision of the hydrosphere. So, biosphere. So, we will move into biosphere. So, all the living things in the planet are categories under the biosphere. So, if it's living, it automatically gets placed inside of the biosphere. In this view, the biosphere includes all the animals, plants, microorganisms of Earth, humans as well belong to this group. The entire ecological communities within the physical surrounding of the Earth are within the umbrella of living things. So, biosphere. Sure, I've heard maybe you guys seen the movie before. I think it was called Biodome. I think I remember that back in the early '90s or mid '90s. But you've heard of a biodome before. That's where that comes from. That's where the bio comes from. Um, so these ecological communities interact together with the physical aspects of the Earth, including the hydrosphere, lithosphere, and atmosphere. So again, everything's working in harmony, right? All of these four spheres have to come together and work in harmony, and they all work in harmony. They all work harmoniously together. And again, that is God's power, that is God's creation, that is allowing all of these spheres to work harmoniously and united together. So, Libby says, I think it's so cool that God created water to take different forms, allowing for this needed source to be all areas of the earth. Yes, yes, absolutely. Icebergs, snow, it's all forms of water, right? Icicles, different way, water vapor, everything. So, yes, thank you, Libby. Definitely. Um, and it can be used as a resource. Like if you don't have any water and you happen to be out, trapped out in snow, like you're in the middle, like you're surviving, you can actually, feed off of snow or eat off of snow for a little while, to help with replenish water, So it does. So there are certain ways that can, help in different forms. So definitely there. Thank you, Libby, so much for that. Collectively, these ecological communities are made a reference to as biomes. Deserts, forests, grasslands, aquatic, tundra, and chaparral are the six main biomes that are present in the biosphere. So, the living things on Earth interact with each other in various ways, which is well elaborated under the trophic levels of food chain. So, high energy is transferred into ecological systems. So again, so inside the biosphere, it gets broken down even further into biomes. As you can see, deserts, forests, grasslands, aquatic, tundra, and chaparral are the six main biomes that are present in the biosphere. So, any questions, comments, anything yet so far? Let me know. Appreciate again all of y'all being in here. So let me know. Let me know if you're learning. Let me know if you have anything to add, anything like that. But I appreciate you all being in here. Thank you so much for everybody who is watching on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Twitch. Thank you to everybody who's watching on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Kick. Thank you for being here. If you're new here, please like, please subscribe, please share my content if you do enjoy my content. If not, I appreciate you being here and giving me a chance to teach you and educate you. So I highly appreciate that. And also, if you're new here, you will find live severe weather coverage, and you also find live weather education seminars and education sessions. So that is what we are having right now. We are having a live weather seminar. So tonight we are taking a look at 17 spheres of the Earth. So appreciate all you being here. Again, please like, please subscribe. Really helps me. But again, welcome to John Boy Severe Weather Lab plus education. So not only do you get live severe weather coverage, you also get educational teachings. So again, win-win for you guys, but also a win-win for me. So appreciate all you being here. Appreciate every single one of you. Every single one of you. Appreciate you being here. So just to recap right now, we have just talked about hydrosphere. So that's water. We just went over hydrosphere and what that entails. And then we just covered biosphere. So that's living organisms. So that means life. So we just looked um, at biosphere. So we looked at two of the main four so far. Now we'll jump into lithosphere. And lithosphere, this again, sometimes they will substitute lithosphere with geosphere. So if you see geosphere, it basically means the same thing. It just means land. So now we're talking about all the land. So far we talked about all the water. So far we talked about all of the life on Earth. Now we'll talk about all the land on Earth. So the lithosphere is made up of all the land and solid land mass on the Earth's surface. The semi-solid rocks, molten materials underneath the Earth's crust, and the liquid rocks in the inner core of the Earth. The surface of the lithosphere is uneven as it is characterized by various landform features. Some of the landforms include mountains, like Mount Fuji in Japan and Mount Vesuvius in Italy, deep valleys within the mountain ranges, huge plains like the ones in Texas and Brazil, extensive plateaus like the Bolivian Plateau in South America, and the Colorado Plateau in the United States, and hills like the Black Hills. So here we're talking everything that's land: mountains, hills, valleys, you name it. Lithosphere is this is what all of them are part of. They are part of the lithosphere. And again, litho, again, prefix, litho means solid. I'm sorry, it means rock, it means stone. So that's basically what litho means. The liquid, semi-solid, and solid land components of the lithosphere form layers that are chemically and physically different. That is why the lithosphere is further divided into subspheres, namely the crust, the mantle, the outer core, and inner core. So again, we're talking inside of the Earth here. So the crust is made of loose soil and rocks. The mantle is made of dense rock made up of nickel and iron in the form of silicate rocks, and its lower part is semi-solid, partially molten rocks. The outer core is made up of liquid, purely molten rock materials. The inner core of the center of the Earth, which is purely made of very hot and liquid iron and nickel. The rock materials are divided into three primary categories based on how they are formed, namely igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, and metamorphic rocks. So again, we're talking all about the land here and below that we can't see. So this also too is part of the lithosphere. So it's all the land, whether we can see it or not, whether it's above the ground or below the ground. That is part of the lithosphere. So everything again, that's going to be mountains. That's going to be hills. That is going to be all the land. It's going to be everything. That is part of what is defined as the lithosphere. So we jump to number 4, atmosphere. Right? Atmosphere. So this is the air. Atmo meaning air, or atmos also too can mean air. So this is air. This is where weather comes from, right? This is the air we breathe. This is atmosphere. So again, atmos meaning air. That's what it means. All the air in the atmosphere makes up the atmosphere. Well, go figure. All the air in the atmosphere makes up the atmosphere. There you go. The atmosphere is a mixture of nitrogen, about 78% nitrogen. So what we're breathing is basically 78% nitrogen gas. Oxygen makes up 21%, and the other gases, about 1%, such as carbon dioxide, argon, and the rest are just trace gases: krypton, neon, helium, and xenon. Xenon. The higher the atmosphere, the thinner it becomes, and this trait gradually moves towards space. The atmosphere extends all the way from Earth's crust to more than 6,200 miles, or roughly 10,000 kilometers, above the Earth's surface into space. The atmosphere is divided into several layers, which we will jump into and dive into that pretty good here in a little bit. So, the atmosphere is divided into several layers, and amongst the layers is a stratosphere that contains the ozone layer, which protects the organisms in the biosphere from the sun's harmful radiation. So when they talk about ozone, right? Protect the ozone layer. Don't aerosol cans and So don't, pollute, don't do all this stuff and talk about that. So when they talk about the ozone layer, they're talking about it is in the stratosphere. And the stratosphere is the next layer up, or the next sphere up, next layer up from the troposphere, which we will talk about. So again, other layers of the atmosphere include the troposphere, mesosphere, and meso just means middle. That's what meso means. So like when you hear mesocyclone, like we talk about mesos like in tornadoes, and we say, oh, we're underneath the meso. We are part of the meso, the mesocyclone. We can see it. Meso means middle. So just in case you didn't know that, so when you hear meso, it means middle. Thermosphere and exosphere. These atmospheric layers exhibit different chemical compositions and temperatures, and the temperatures and chemical compositions widely vary within the different layers, and they do. And we'll take a look at that when we look at the layers of the atmosphere here. That's going to be part 3 of this session. The troposphere is where most of the weather happens, and it becomes colder with altitude. It does. The air is in constant motion around the planet, and it is normally responsible for some natural events in the planet, such as local breeze, winds, tornadoes, and tropical cyclones. So yes, all of the weather happens in what it's called the troposphere, which that is the first sphere in the atmosphere. But I'll say that for a little bit later on here. The atmosphere is always in constant interaction with the hydrosphere, giving rise to the planet's weather conditions. So again, the atmosphere is always in interaction with the hydrosphere, it's always in interaction with the biosphere, and it's always in interaction with the lithosphere. So again, these are all these are all dependent on each other. They are all interlaced with one another, and they all depend on one another. So again, they are not independent of each other. They are all dependent upon each other. So again, if you're just joining in, we just looked at the four main spheres, the four main spheres of the Earth. So jump in real quick. Number 1, hydrosphere. Hydro means water, so we're talking about everything about water. Everything above the ground, everything below the ground, anything that's water is part of the hydrosphere, and it's constantly in motion. 2 is a biosphere. So the biosphere means life. It means living. So, like we heard, biology, study of living things, or that's what bio means living. It means life. So again, bio is living things, in that. So therefore, that's when it gets categorized into a sphere. It's actually called a biotic sphere. It's the only biotic sphere because it's a sphere that is made up of living things. All the other spheres are abiotic spheres, meaning that they are made up of non-living things. So number 3 is lithosphere. Litho meaning rock, stone, land. So lithosphere is made up of everything that is the land, that is above the ground that you can see, and that is below the ground. So everything that we can see, and things that we cannot see as well. And then number 4, it is the atmosphere. That is the air we breathe. That is all of the air around us, all of the air that is around the whole Earth. That is the atmosphere. It's all around us, right? It's all encompassing. You just sitting here in your chair or whatever, you have atmospheric pressure. You have so the atmosphere is always around us. Libby says, I find it interesting that the troposphere gets cooler with altitude while it is closer to the sun, the higher it is. Yes. And we'll actually talk a little bit about that scientifically as to why that happens. Or as to why that is for. So we will dive into that when we look at the layers of the atmosphere. We'll look a little bit about the meteorological side of things, the science side of things, and as to why that is. So, but yes. So again, if you just tune in, welcome to the John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education, where we just briefly touched on the four main, or the four overall main spheres of the Earth. So, any questions, comments, anything before I move on to the 17 spheres? So this is where we're going to look at and jump into how these four get divided into smaller type spheres. And so this is pretty cool to learn and to look at. So let me know if you have any questions or thumbs up if you're still enjoying, if you're still awake. I appreciate it. Even if you're lurking, thumbs up if you're still having a great time, great weather session. I appreciate that. So get a few thumbs up there going, and then we will move on to the 17. The 17 spheres of Earth. So Libby's got a thumbs up. Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that. So again, thumbs up if you are having a good time. Oh, my beautiful wife. Thank you. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. My beautiful wife is in here. So she is obviously, um, you know, huge supporter, huge encourager. So obviously, without her support, without her encouragement, this would be very, very difficult. So uh, she is my rock. She is my everything. She is my penguin. She is just beautiful. She is, everything. So very blessed and very thankful for her. So, but again, so thankful and for her support and for her encouragement. So we do support each other and encourage each other in all that we do. So, uh, so yeah, very blessed to have her. So great woman, awesome wife, awesome mother, just great at everything that she does. So yes, so I do love my wife. She is awesome. So very awesome, very very awesome. But appreciate you being in here. Appreciate you being in here, my beautiful beautiful wife. So again, if you're just tuning in, we just looked at um, the four main spheres of the Earth. So again, it's hydrosphere, biosphere, lithosphere, and the atmosphere. So when it comes to that, so with that being said, seems like you all are still awake, still enjoying. I know it's a little bit late. Well, it's 10:49, 10:49 Central, 11:49 Eastern, 9:49 Mountain Time, 8:49 Pacific Time. So I appreciate all of you being in here. Again, appreciate all of you usual suspects being in here, and I appreciate everybody. Again, that just pops in, and this is maybe their first time or whatever it may be. Thank you for being in here. Highly appreciate it. So let's look at the 17 spheres. 17 spheres. So again, the spheres of Earth. So the atmosphere of the spheres of the Earth. So the atmosphere we talked about, biosphere, hydrosphere are some of the commonly known spheres of Earth. But how many spheres does the Earth have in total? So again, when we subdivide it, right, when we divide it down and break it down into pieces, are there 7 spheres of Earth? Are there just 4 spheres? In fact, if you get into the nitty gritty, you can count as many as 17 spheres of Earth. But some spheres are just part of larger ones. So today, let's round up a list of Earth spheres from inside to outside Earth. Here are the spheres of the Earth. So again, this is how we divide it. And Chasing says she's on 3rd round of dog duty. Thank you, Chasing. Thank you for taking care of those pets and loving those pets. So that's very awesome. So 1. Now you're gonna be like, whoa, okay. Again, mesosphere, right? So mesosphere, right, means middle, right? So we actually have a mesosphere below the surface, and we actually have a mesosphere above the surface. So, and we'll see that. So, mesosphere. If you started drilling a hole inside Earth, you'd first hit the crust. Next, you'd hit the mesosphere, which consists of the core and the mantle, sometimes called the lower mantle. This is where Earth's density is absolutely intense. In fact, the deepest anyone has ever dug is just 12.7 kilometers into the crust. But the Earth's radius is 6,371 kilometers, so we just barely have scratched the surface. In order to better understand the mesosphere, we use tomography and seismic waves. So again, earthquakes, this is how we are measuring them, and things like that. So again, meso, again, remember it means middle. So if you look at this, if you look at this cool looking picture here, here is the core, the solid core. Then we have the liquid. So if we're starting here in the middle, right? Core, core solid, core liquid, the mantle, and then we get into the asthenosphere, which we'll talk about here, and then right above that is the lithosphere. So we're looking at the center or lower part of inside of the Earth here. So core, solid core, liquid core, mantle. This is making our way up to the ground. So this is the way that we're going. We're going up to the surface. And then we're looking at the asthenosphere and the lithosphere right above it, where the ground is at. So this gives a little bit better picture of what's happening here in the mesosphere here. So again, we're going to start from the bottom, and we're going to go all the way up to the top of the atmosphere. So number 2, we just talked about a little bit the asthenosphere, the crust of the Earth that floats on the crust of the Earth that floats on the asthenosphere. But I don't want you to picture it like a boat floating on water. It's more like a plastic substance. The asthenosphere passively moves the continent in a process called continental drift. So again, the asthenosphere passively moves the continents in a process called continental drift, which we did talk about if you were here for the earthquake teaching in the earthquake educational seminar. We did talk about tectonic plates and things like that. So it's also responsible for tectonic plates, which initiates earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, which all can be devastating phenomena or phenomena. So again, we are starting at the core, and we're working our way up through the surface, up through the ground. So we have the asthenosphere. Next, we have the geosphere, and again, this is going to be the lithosphere. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot about this, but again, this is everything that is made up of land. So again, sometimes they call it the geosphere. Sometimes they interact it too as well with the lithosphere. But just to go over a little bit briefly, the geosphere is a whole outer shell of Earth. We can divide it into the continental and oceanic crust. The oceanic crust consists of the youngest rocks on Earth. This is where lava spews out of mid-oceanic ridges deep within the ocean, but the continental crust is the opposite. It's old and forms the continents we live and play on. So, again, the geosphere is, they're basically saying it's a whole outer shell, which you can technically put the lithosphere as that as well. So again, we talked about the lithosphere just a few minutes ago, but nonetheless, the lithosphere is one of the main spheres. So all the rocks on Earth make up the rigid sphere of Earth known as the lithosphere. The lithosphere is hard, brittle, and old. The oldest rocks in the lithosphere are more than 4 billion years old. So again, if you could speed up time, if you'd see rocks in the lithosphere continuously cycling from within the planet. The rock cycles builds all the types of rocks, including igneous, metamorphic, as we talked about, and sedimentary rocks. So again, we are making our way up from the core of the Earth above the surface now, and now we're talking about lithosphere, talking about geosphere, talking about the rocks, talking about the land right now. So very awesome stuff. Looks like Debbie's in here, so thank you very much, Debbie, for joining, for being here tonight. Highly appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here, Debbie. Highly appreciated. So if you guys give me one or a couple minutes here, I will be right back. So stay tuned. Please don't go anywhere, and I will be right back. All right, I am back. Appreciate you guys sticking around, hanging around. Thank you so much. So far we have looked at the mesosphere, means middle. We have looked at um, asthenosphere. It's the next right up above the mesosphere. Geosphere. Technically, it could be also known as lithosphere as well. So next, we are going to look um, a little bit. We're going to look at number 5, which is called the pedosphere. So if you take rocks from the lithosphere and roll them over time, you get soil in the pedosphere. So soil is just weathered rock. It's where plants establish their roots. Soil also has living things like bugs, worms, roots, and dead leaves. This organic material is among the many soil formation factors. So this is part of what's known, again, Ev is known as the pedosphere. So biosphere, we talked about that, right? So this is all living things here. So all living things on land, air, oceans make up the biosphere. In every type of ecosystem, organisms rely on each other as part of the intricate food web. On land, herbivores feed on plants. Then predators consume herbivores. So, right, we got omnivores and we got herbivores, right? So, at the top of the food chain, humans and apex predators dominate. When an animal dies, or decomposers break them down. At this point, dead matter can be recycled as part of the nutrient cycle. Then it becomes part of the food chain once again. Thank you, Julie, for being in here. Appreciate it. Always great to see you in here, Julie. Highly, highly appreciate your support and your encouragement. So everybody, please say hi to Julie Rios in there, please. So again, biosphere was being right. That's the main one. Now we talked about the hydrosphere. We talked about that already. Hydrosphere refers to the salt and fresh water that occupies 71% of Earth. So we're talking that so water is what makes Earth different from any other planet. This becomes more obvious when you spin the globe to the Pacific Ocean on Google Earth. You'll see one side of the planet is completely covered in water. Yes, it is Pacific Ocean. Oceans have a complex biosphere dependent on sunlight and nutrients. Its foundation in single-celled photosynthesizing uh, phytoplankton feeding all aquatic life in the ocean. So again, we talked about the hydrosphere, but if you're new here, hydrosphere is one of the main 4. So again, if you just joined, the main 4 spheres are hydrosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, and I just drew a blank. Bio, litho. Oh, atmosphere. Sorry, atmosphere. Wow, I just drew a whole blank. But nonetheless, so the main 4 are atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere. Right now, we're taking a look at 17 spheres, which a lot of these spheres are broken down into the main 4 spheres. So we talked about this a little bit earlier. Number 8, cryosphere. So what is cryosphere? Well, if you take water from the hydrosphere and freeze it, then it becomes part of the cryosphere. So again, right, freezing, cryo. The cryosphere is the all-encompassing term for locations where water is in solid form. So for example, glaciers, ice sheets, frozen lakes, and rivers are part of the cryosphere. This is a significant overlap between the cryosphere and the hydrosphere. This is because water repeatedly changes state based on season and time of year. So that's a cryosphere. Cryosphere is anything frozen. And again, a cryosphere is inside of the hydrosphere. Atmosphere. Oh, yeah, this is, we do love the atmosphere, right? Because we need it. This is the air that we breathe, right? So, the atmosphere is the envelope of gases that surround Earth. If you look at the atmosphere's chemical composition, it's mostly nitrogen and oxygen. And as we looked at before, 78% nitrogen. 21% oxygen, and all the rest is basically trace gases. Air is denser closer to Earth because of the Earth's gravitational pull. As you move outwards, the air becomes less dense. You can divide the atmosphere into layers, and that's what we're going to get into a little bit here. From bottom to top, it consists of the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and thermosphere. Then the thermosphere has two parts: the ionosphere and the exosphere. And technically, the ionosphere actually is actually a part of the mesosphere as well. So actually, the ionosphere starts in the mesosphere and goes between the mesosphere and the thermosphere. So number 10. So now we're talking about the atmosphere. So all of these spheres are inside of the atmosphere. The innermost layer of the atmosphere is the troposphere. So this is where all weather occurs. This is the closest. This is the closest layer to the ground. Like all layers of the atmosphere, the height of the thermosphere depends on where you are located. On average, it extends about 13 kilometers from ground level. The troposphere contains 8% of the atmospheric mass. Most importantly, it's the air we breathe. It contains most of our daily weather, and most air traffic flies in it. If you move the next level, the next layer is going to be stratosphere. So I'm briefly going to go through these, and then I'm actually going to go in more in depth when we get to the layers of the atmosphere. So on for the third part of the session. So I'll just go through these real briefly, and then we'll switch over to all of these more in depth. So 11, stratosphere. If you move 12 to 50 kilometers upward in the atmosphere, you'd hit the stratosphere. The stratosphere is known for its large concentration of ozone. Again, this is where the ozone layer hangs out at. It hangs out in the stratosphere. So the ozone layer raises the temperatures in the stratosphere because ozones absorb radiation from the sun. Lucky for us, it also protects our skin like a shield from harmful solar rays. So again, so if we start off right, if we start off in, and again, I'll explain that once we get over to the next thing. So I'll keep moving here. So mesosphere. There are two different mesospheres that make up Earth spheres. The mesosphere is not to be confused with the mesosphere deep inside the Earth. So again, the mesosphere is part of the atmosphere, or this mesosphere is part of the atmosphere and spans a vertical distance of about 50 to 90 kilometers. So excuse me. Excuse me. So thermosphere is the uppermost part of. I'm sorry. It spans a vertical distance of 50 to 90 kilometers. So air is very thin. Thank you, Libby. Thank you so much. Air is very thin in the mesosphere. It's almost like a vacuum, but it's thick enough to cause meteors to burn up and disintegrate. So when meteors come into the Earth, right, the majority of them, if they do burn up, they should burn up, but there are some that slip by, right? However, the majority of them are going to burn up right here in the mesosphere. So this is where the meteors will burn up at. The mesosphere reaches temperatures under negative 100 degrees Celsius. It has very little impact on weather, air pollution, and water storage capacity. So, again, meso meaning the center, it means the middle of these upper layers in the atmosphere. So, again, not to be confused with the mesosphere in the underneath the Earth in the solid core, solid liquid core. So, thermosphere. The thermosphere is the uppermost part of the atmosphere. There are two parts to the thermosphere. It consists of the ionosphere and exosphere. Although the thermosphere extends about 550 kilometers in altitude, its mass is only 0.002% of the total atmosphere. The thermosphere is home to the International Space Station, so the ISS. It orbits in the middle of the thermosphere between 330 and 435 kilometers. The ionosphere. So it's technically not even really a sphere. So sometimes they put sphere on things, and it's really kind of misleading. So technically, the ionosphere is not like a layer, right? Like it is in. So the sphere of Earth is derived from the word. This sphere of Earth is derived from the word ion, which means electrically charged. So this is where we find all the electrical charged particles at in the ionosphere. And again, this is in the mesosphere and the thermosphere. So it should be no surprise that this is a sphere of Earth that becomes ionized from cosmic radiation. The interaction between charged particles from the sun and Earth's magnetic field in the ionosphere creates beautiful natural light displays in the polar regions known as the aurora borealis, or as we like to call them too, the northern lights. Or um, if you are in like Australia or somewhere around there, the aurora australis, which is the southern lights. So it depends on where you're looking at this. So if you're south of the equator or if you're north of the equator. So we have the aurora borealis and we have the aurora australis. So again, so we have northern lights, we have southern lights. It just depends on where you're at, north of the equator or south of the equator. Next, we have the exosphere. Now, the exo means right to leave. Exo means to to eject, to leave. So, the outermost part of the atmosphere is the exosphere. It's so far away and has such thin air that most scientists don't even recognize it as a layer of the atmosphere. Its thin air is why the thermosphere has a whole fleet of satellites and space junk that freely orbits it. The exosphere extends to about halfway to the distance of the moon. There's no outer edge because it gradually fades in density to the vacuum of outer space. Magnetosphere. There is a significant overlap between the magnetosphere and the ionosphere. In fact, the ionosphere is just the inner edge of the magnetic sphere. The magnetosphere varies in extent and is bound by the extent of the Earth's magnetic field. It's not only Earth that has a magnetosphere, other planets have them, and it's key for habitable life. Like a bubble that surrounds Earth, the magnetosphere protects us from the fury of the sun. And last but not least, plasmasphere. If you take the intersection of the magnetosphere and track where it consists of low energy, electrically charged gas plasma, this is the plasmasphere. At all times, the sun ejects vast amounts of plasma into the solar system. When plasma enters Earth's magnetosphere, Earth's magnetic field is relatively unaffected. But during large solar storms, plasma can enter into rifts at the poles. It has the potential to disrupt satellites and network communications around the world. So again, we're talking like coronal mass ejections, like CMEs, things like that. So again, we're talking about the plasma sphere here. So this is that's basically the 17 and how they get broken down. Um, Either they get broken down inside of the four main, again, which is hydrosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. Or some of these are actually a little bit. It could also be called a sphere on themselves, but they're just not. They're just not a major sphere that gets talked about. So, 17 though spheres really is what we can break it down to. So 17 spheres of the Earth. So good stuff there. Again, appreciate all of you being here. Thumbs up if you're still having a good time. I know some of this might be a little tedious. It might be something that, it might not be as interesting as some other stuff, but it's still cool stuff to learn. At least to me it is. And hopefully you guys all enjoy it as well. So appreciate, hopefully you guys are still awake. You're still hanging in there. You guys are still having a good time on this beautiful Thursday night. So please let me know. Chasing has a thumbs up. Thank you for that. Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that. And then we'll break it down here in a second. We will get to layers. We'll break it down to a little bit more into the layers. I kind of just briefly skimmed over them, but we will get to more of the layers of the atmosphere. Since this is where weather happens at, this is where is really exciting stuff happens at. So we will talk about that. But pretty cool stuff. If you guys already knew it, awesome. If not, hopefully you are enjoying so far. So 17, 17, 17 spheres of the Earth. Looks like we got Brother Shane. Hey, man, it's nice to see you in here. Haven't seen you for a little while, so glad to see you in here. Appreciate you stopping in here. Always good to see you in here, Brother Shane. Always good. Appreciate that. So again, if you are just joining in, like Shane, if you're just uh joining in here, so far we have learned the four main spheres of the Earth, and again, those four main spheres are biosphere, lithosphere, atmosphere, bio, litho, atmos, and again, I'm drawing a blank. What I acted? Oh, and hydrosphere. So hydrosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. So, but yeah, so those are the four main spheres, and then we just took a look here at 17 spheres that either get broken down inside of the four main spheres, or they also are a sphere on themselves, but they're just not part. They just aren't uh, large and big and talked about like they're not a main sphere as the four main spheres are. So, but again, appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate everybody's insight, everybody's feedback. It's great stuff to learn about. Uh, but yeah, yeah. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, brother Shane, for being in here. Highly appreciate that. Always great when you're in here. It's always great when Jonathan's in here. One man show. Everybody. When everybody's in here, it's always great. So it's a lot of great stuff. So we looked at the four main spheres. Then we just talked about the 17 spheres. So the third part of the session, third part of tonight's teaching is the layers of the atmosphere. This tends to be the most what people gravitate towards, what people like to know about. It's usually the most fascinating, when it comes to that. So when it comes to this is usually what people like. They're usually more fascinated about the atmosphere layers, especially if you're like a weather nerd like myself or a weather buff like myself, whatever you want to call yourself. I do enjoy learning about all of the layers of the atmosphere and where they come from and things like that. So we'll jump into layers of the atmosphere. Again, what is atmosphere? Remember, it's all of the air around us. So the envelope of gas surrounding the Earth changes from ground up. 5 distinct layers have been identified using thermal characteristics or temperature changes. So they have this is scientifically been identified. So the layers have been chemical composition, movement, and density. So this is how these layers have been identified, such as the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. So they have been identified through thermal characteristics, again, temperature changes, chemical composition, movement, and density. So each layer, or each of the layers are bounded by pauses, where the greatest changes in thermal characteristics, chemical composition, movement, and density occur. So let's say, for example, when we go from the thermosphere up to the next level, or the next layer, I'll say, the next layer is the stratosphere. So from from the troposphere, we'll start from the bottom here, just so we don't get confused. So if we go from the troposphere up to the stratosphere, which we'll see here, the stratosphere is the next layer. In between those two, it's called a pause. So we will hear what's called the tropopause. So the tropopause is at the very top of the troposphere. Then there's the pause, and then it's a pause in there, tropopause, and then as you go up a little bit higher is where you hit the stratosphere. And then when you go from the stratosphere up to the mesosphere, we have what's known as a stratopause or stratosphere pause. So when it comes to that, so again, the pause is in between the spheres. It's in between the layers. So think of these spheres, these spheres that we're going to talk about. They're layers. They can also be called layers as well. So, but again, there's going to be a pause in there. So when we see an anvil cloud rise up, right? So when we see an anvil cloud rise, that I think all of us have pretty much seen, and why it anvils out, right? So when that cumulonimbus rises all the way up, Well, what's happening is it's all the way up in the troposphere, right? So it's hit the very it has now come in contact with a tropopause. Well, the tropopause says, well, now to get to the stratosphere, you're not going to be able to make any weather. So the cumulonimbus bottoms out and flattens out and makes an anvil type cloud, and that is because it has hit the tropopause. It has hit the highest part in the troposphere. So again, so you hear troposphere, tropopause. Pause just means is that it's in contact with the stratosphere, which means that we're moving on into the stratosphere. You hear stratopause means that we are moving into the mesosphere. You hear mesopause means we're moving on to the thermosphere, and you hear thermopause, it means we're moving into the exosphere. So that's what the pause is when you hear like tropopause and stratus pause and things like that. So again, that is why we see anvil clouds, is because they have reached the highest point in the troposphere. They have reached that tropopause. That is what's going on. So we'll start from the bottom here, and we will work our way up. Tropopause, known as the lower atmosphere. Almost all weather occurs in this region. So basically all weather occurs here, especially the weather that we see all occurs here. The troposphere begins at the Earth's surface, but the height of the troposphere varies. It is 11 to 12 miles, or 18 to 20 kilometers high at the equator, 5.5 miles at 50 degrees north and 50 degrees south, and just under 4 miles, 6 kilometers high at the pole. So again, depending on where you're at in your location, depends on how high the actual troposphere is. As the density of the gases in this layer decrease with height, so remember, so Libby asked this question earlier, and I can't remember exactly the whole question, but Libby was talking about how it gets colder, even though we're going higher and get closer to the sun. Well, this is going to give us a little insight as to why that's happening. So as the density of the gases in this layer decrease with height, the air becomes thinner. Therefore, the temperature in the troposphere also decreases with height. So again, as the density of the gases in this layer decrease with height, so the higher you go in the troposphere, the density of the gases decreases. So the gas is getting less dense. So the air becomes thinner. Again, we need dense air for warmth and things of that nature. So therefore, the temperature in the troposphere also decreases with height. Again, so how is it related? The higher you go, it gets colder because the density of the gases decreases. That is why. As one climbs higher, the temperature drops from an average around 62 degrees Fahrenheit to basically negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit at the tropopause. So you're basically going in about 100, or you're basically going, I'm sorry, about 120 degree difference. So at the tropopause, or at the very top of the troposphere, you are looking at temperature of about negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's very, very cold. And again, that is because the density of the gases in the troposphere decrease with height. So again, they become less dense, so therefore the air becomes thinner. And that is why if you climb up Mount Everest, or you climb up a very, very tall mountain, I think they're called like 8,000 kilometer mountains or something, you start to get into obviously the air has become so thin that you really need oxygen mask. And again, that is because the density of the gas is decreasing. So as you keep climbing higher, so the air becomes thinner. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who have, a lot of unfortunate things have happened when climbing tall mountains. So, but again, that is what's happening there. So that is why if an airplane's door ever opens or whatever, that's why there are oxygen masks for it, because there's just not a lot of oxygen that is up there. It's just because it's so thin. The air is so thin, so breathing would become very, very hard and complicated if there was no manufactured oxygen to be provided to us. when it comes to that. So that's why air cabins. So if you've ever flown on an airplane, most air cabins, so they're called cabins, right? You're sitting inside it. You're sitting inside of an airplane, but you are really sitting inside of an air cabin. So that is what it is. So typically they're pressurized, I believe, to like I think it's like 5,000 or 7,000 feet, something somewhere right around in that. They keep them pressurized. I think it's under 10,000 feet, somewhere around in there. But they keep it They keep it pressurized at a certain like if you were at a certain altitude. So again, those cabins are always pressurized to a certain whatever. What I can't remember. I think it's in between 5,000 and 10,000 is what it's basically pressurized at. So when you're inside of a cabin, when you're flying, just know that the cabin that you're in is pressurized, and it's not the same pressure that it is on the ground. It's actually pressurized to a higher altitude, to a higher elevation. So cool thing to know if you ever fly, if you've ever flown before. So troposphere, that is why, Libby. Great question earlier. Now we move up to the stratosphere. So if we're just bouncing up, right? Say we're on a trampoline, we're bouncing up. So say we jumped on a trampoline and we bounced up to the troposphere. Well, now we hit the tropopause, which is going to be a little bit of layer right in between these two spheres. So now we're into the stratosphere. The stratosphere extends about 4 to 12 miles above the Earth's surface to around 31 miles. This layer holds 19% of the atmospheric gases, but very little water vapor. So, then you'll see why actually temperatures start to increase. So this is different, right? In the troposphere, the temperatures actually start to decrease as you go higher. But if you keep going higher in the stratosphere, you will see why temperatures actually start to increase. So it's an inverse of each other. So again, in this region, the temperature increases with height. Heat is produced in the process of the formation of ozone. So heat is coming from ozone. And this heat is responsible for temperature increases. From an average of negative 60, remember, negative 60 degrees at the tropopause to a maximum. I'll get to that in a second. Thank you, Portal, for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Highly appreciate you being in here. Thank you very, very much. Highly, highly appreciate that. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. So again, the ozone is the heat. The ozone heat is responsible for temperature increases from an average. Again, so you're starting. If we were starting at the very bottom of the stratosphere, we're talking it's about negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit there at the bottom of the stratosphere. If we keep moving all the way up at the very top of the stratosphere, we are talking to the maximum of about 5 degrees Fahrenheit. So we essentially have increased by about 65 degrees. And again, that is due because of the ozone. That is due because the heat that is being produced there in the formation of ozone. The increase in temperatures with height means warmer air is located above cooler air. This prevents convection. So again, some people are like, well, how come there's no weather in the stratosphere? How come there's weather in how come there's weather in the troposphere, but how come there's no weather in the stratosphere? Well, this is going to explain why. This increase in temperature with height means warmer air is above cooler air. So, and as we know, cooler air sinks, warmer air rises. So this prevents convection as there is no upward vertical movement of the gases. So the gases, there's no vertical movement of the gases. As such, the location of the bottom of this layer is readily seen by the anvil-shaped tops of cumulonimbus clouds. So again, as I talked about there, the tropopause, right? So the very, right before we get to the stratosphere. So again, this prevents, and what does it mean by this prevents? So again, it's the increase in temperature and height means warmer air is located above cooler air. So that with that being in place, This prevents convection as there is no upward vertical movement of the gases. As such, the location of the bottomless layer is readily seen again by the anvil-shaped tops of cumulonimbus clouds. The transition layer at the bottom of the stratosphere is called the tropopause, which we talked about. So, again, if we jumped on a trampoline and we bounced through the troposphere, and we reach the top of the troposphere, it's really cold. It's negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is pretty cold. But then if we came back down and did another bounce, and we went through the troposphere, and now we went all the way up to the stratosphere, well, now it's 5 degrees. So now we just increased temperature by 65 degrees. So not only that, but there's no weather to deal with. There's nothing. There's no precipitation. There's no convection. Nothing there. So move on to the third one, and this is the middle. Meso. Remember, meso means middle. So this layer extends from around 31 miles above the Earth's surface to about 53 miles above the surface. So it's about 22 miles, roughly, vertically. So the gases that comprise this layer continue to become denser as one descends. As such, temperature increases as one descends, rising to about 5 degrees near the bottom of this layer, which we talked about. So if you are descending, it actually gets warmer. So where we start at in the mesosphere, it's warmer. So the gases in the mesosphere are now thick enough to slow down meteors hurtling into the atmosphere where they burn up, leaving fiery trails in the night sky. Both the stratosphere, next layer down, and the mesosphere are considered the middle atmosphere. The transition boundary, which separates the mesosphere from the stratosphere, is called the stratopause. So again, if we're starting right, so now we just came back down. So we're doing another bounce on the trampoline, and we just bounced up through the stratosphere. Well, now we are going up into the mesosphere, which the mesosphere is going to start out warmer. It's going to start out about 5 degrees. And then it's going to get colder, though, as we keep going up higher into the mesosphere. So again, there's inverse that's going on again as we move up into this mesosphere or meso layer of the atmosphere, or of the atmosphere. So again, meso means middle. So that's why we hear mesoscale, or that's why we hear mesocyclone, things like that. That's what we're talking about. Talking about the middle. So, what's next? After we have jumped up through, we came back down. Now we're doing another trampoline bounce. Now we're going through the mesosphere. Now we're headed into the thermosphere. So between about 53 miles and 375 miles. So now this is starting to really take off. So now we're talking a difference of about 320 miles. So this is really a large, very, very large sphere here. So again, between about 53 miles and 375 miles lies the thermosphere, known as the upper atmosphere. While still extremely thin, the gases of the thermosphere become increasingly denser as one descends towards Earth. So as such, incoming high-energy ultraviolet and X-ray radiation from the sun begins to be absorbed by the molecules in this layer and causes a large temperature increase. Because of this absorption, the temperature increases with height from as low as minus 184 degrees Fahrenheit at the bottom of this layer. Temperatures can reach as high, listen to this, temperatures can reach as high as 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit near the top. So if we start on the bottom of this layer, we're talking, we can get from about minus 184 degrees Fahrenheit. And then, but as we travel further upward, we can get to the very top, and it can become about 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. So a very large difference from top to bottom, or from bottom to top. However, despite the high temperatures, this layer of the atmosphere would still feel very cold to our skin. The high temperature indicates the amount of the energy absorbed by the molecules, but with so few molecules in this layer, the total number would not be enough to heat our skin. So again, we need molecules to fill the heat. So with very few molecules, it actually wouldn't actually feel as hot as it actually says. So if we had a thermometer out there, it actually would not feel what the thermometer says, what it's reading. So, and again, the bottom of the thermal sphere is the mesopause, the transition into the mesosphere. So yes, so again, so with this sphere, colder on the bottom, warmer on the top. And if you look here at this um, good old, I should say, good old um, photo here. So we have the tropopause, right? We've got cloud, we got weather. We got all of this. So we're talking tropopause here. When weather balloons get put up into the sky, they actually go into the stratosphere. So if you did not know that, um, it's pretty cool. Weather balloons actually go higher than the actual where weather persists at, where weather is contained to. So then we got meters as we get into the mesopause. And then when we get to the aurora borealis or the aurora australis, if you're Southern Lights, you're actually talking about the thermal pause here. So that's what we're seeing going on in the thermal pause. So, and the space shuttle is up here, higher in the thermosphere. So again, we've got weather. We've got weather balloons up in here. We also have the ozone layer. So remember, starts out warm here on the bottom of the ground, right? So if we're gonna starts out warm here, gets colder, right? So then we start on the bottom of this. It gets colder in the stratosphere, but it gets hotter as you go up. The mesopause is going to be warmer here, but get colder as you go up. And the thermal sphere is going to be colder on the bottom, but warmer as you go up. So again, there's some inverses of each other that's happening here. And again, that is because of density of air. That is the density of molecules. That is what is going on. So pretty cool stuff there. So what is the next one? Well, this is basically the exosphere, which exo means we're getting out of it, right? We're leaving it. It's basically exiting, right? So the exosphere, this is the outermost layer of the atmosphere. It extends from about 375. This is super large number. 375 miles to about 6,200 miles. So we're talking roughly an almost a 6,000 difference there, or almost a 6,000 sphere vertically. So above the Earth. In this layer, atoms and molecules escape into space and satellites orbit the Earth. So satellites are orbiting the Earth here, right in the exosphere. At the bottom of the exosphere is a translation layer called the thermopause. So again, what's happening here in the exosphere? Atoms and molecules are escaping into space, and satellites are orbiting the Earth here in the exosphere. So that's what's happening there. So these again is what is happening here in the atmosphere. So we got the troposphere. This is what we all know as weather. This is what we all know is the closest to us. Then we go to the stratosphere. Then we go to the mesosphere, it's middle. Then we go to the thermosphere. Then we go to the exosphere and say, sayonara, see you later, get into space. So, when it comes to that, so this is where all of the weather is taking place. Troposphere. That's what's going on. That is what is going on. So our satellites fly Satellites basically fly in the exosphere. Some will say they still fly in the thermosphere. Really, it's really here nor there. So, what's going on there? So, um, what is going happening there? So, but yes, tropo. And then again, when you go and move to the next layer, you will hit a pause of whatever that bottom layer is called. So again, troposphere will become a tropopause, moving into the stratosphere. When the stratosphere moves into the mesosphere, it becomes a stratopause. Again, a pause is just dividing those layers. That's what's happening there. So that is what's going on in the atmosphere there. So basically, now some people will use the 6,200 miles as what is considered space, but there's actually a thing called the Kármán line, which is actually defined. Um, Sometimes that is used as what is known as space as well, entering space. So, and if we do look at that, I wanted to kind of show that too here real quick. What for those of you who are very interested in space, like myself. So the Kármán line. We'll just look at this one here. So the Kármán line is a boundary separating Earth's atmosphere and outer space. The line is neither sharp nor well defined, but is often taken in tight encircle Earth at an altitude above 50 to 62 miles above mean sea level. So again, some people it depends on what they talk about, what space is defined as. So some will say it's at 50 miles, some will say it's at 62 miles. So, but again, the Kármán line is usually the main line that is used um, sometimes internationally to really kind of define um, if you're in space or if you are not in space. So, because again, there's again, you would think there would be like a full definition of it, but again, some use 50, some use 62 when it comes to that. So, but a lot of times it's used by the Kármán line. That is what is um, that is again used a lot of times throughout agencies and um, international bodies and things of that nature. So the Kármán line, if you ever hear that, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the starting point of space, what is defined as space. So again, it'd be between 50 to 62 miles above mean sea level. It's a very so this is a better line for you here. So if you look at this, so we're in the thermosphere here, right? This is the Kármán line right here. If you look at this dashed line, this is the Kármán line. So if we continue to go through the thermosphere, technically they're saying, well, you're technically in space once you cross this line. But remember, this line it's an imaginary line. It's that's what it is. Um, but that's what they're saying. They're saying sometimes international bodies will use this Kármán line and say, well, once you cross this, you are technically in space. Some people will say, well, no, you're technically not in space until you get outside of the thermal pause. So again, there's really no one defined answer. What is space and what isn't space? So some will say yes, use a Kármán line. Some will say no, use the thermosphere. Once you do that and you get to the exosphere, now you're in outer space. So uh, have it. What you know, whatever you want it to be there. So, but again, this line is used sometimes, the Kármán line. So pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff there that's going on there. How many of you have heard of the Kármán line before? So let me know. Let me know if you've heard of the Kármán line. Let me know if you've heard of the Kármán line before, or if not. Oh, thank you, my beautiful wife. Thank you, Libby, as well. Oh, it's good to see brother Jonathan in here. Great to see you, brother. Do know it is very early, your time. Highly, highly appreciate that. Thank you for being in here, man. I highly appreciate you always, man. Always appreciate your support and your encouragement. So, but yeah, again, the Kármán line is the most widely cited boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. But again, some people use it, some people don't. So, when it comes to that, thank you, let's say Zuga, for subscribing. Thank you for being here. Highly appreciate that. Thank you for your subscription. So, again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Where tonight, um, we are learning about the 17 spheres of the Earth and different layers of the atmosphere. And right now we're learning about the Kármán line. We're learning about what actually defines space and what does not define space. And again, there are different theories and different competing things that let's say, oh, this is actually space and this isn't. So, but nonetheless, the Kármán line is the most widely cited boundary, and is the most usually it's using the most widely accepted boundary. So, when it comes to that, so. So the great altitude sets who counts as an astronaut and where space begins for international agreement. So when can you call yourself an astronaut, right? So like if you were to fly Blue Origin or Virgin Galactic, now remember these things. These will take you commercial flights up into space to weightlessness or what they call space, right? So, um, so again, so it all depends on those agreements and who counts as an astronaut and where space begins for international agreements. So there's just a lot going on here. There's a lot of moving pieces here. So it's like we can't even fully define what space is. So, but if you're wondering what the U.S. uses, the U.S. uses this. Um, The Kármán line, again, is the most widely cited boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. The Federation Aeronautique Internationale, or the FAI, sets the line at 100 kilometers above 100 kilometers above mean sea level. United States agencies, including NASA and the Air Force, use a lower threshold of 80 kilometers. So that is what NASA is using, and that's what the Air Force is using as their threshold for space. They're saying, hey, it starts at 80 kilometers, and that's what we're going to use. This is the disagreement matters more now than ever. So again, thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being in here. Thank you for subscribing. Highly appreciate you being in here. Thank you very, very much. So again, this is what. So the FAI is using 100 kilometers, and the United States is using 80 kilometers. So again, can't even agree. We can't even agree where space is at. What is space? Where's it at? But being here in the United States, that's what we use. We use 80 kilometers. So remember, 80 kilometers is what the United States uses as their definition of where space starts at. So when it comes to that. So again, some people will use 50 miles above Earth. 50 miles is basically going to be your 80 kilometers, and 62 miles is basically going to be your 100 kilometers. So that all just depends. Again, back to the layers of the atmosphere. Again, what did we learn today? What did we learn together as a community and as a group? Well, we learned about the four main spheres of the Earth. Biosphere, right? Biosphere means life. So it means it's a biotic sphere. Anything that's in the biosphere means it's living. Anything that's not living is not inside of the biosphere. So we have biosphere. We have hydrosphere. Remember, hydro means water. That's why they say, that's why it's where we get the word hydrate from, right? Fire hydrant, right? That's where we get the hydro. That's what it comes. Hydro means water. So within the hydrosphere, we looked at the biosphere. So all the other spheres outside of the biosphere are called abiotic spheres because abiotic means non-living. So those are all abiotic spheres. The only biotic sphere is obviously the biosphere. So again, bio means life. Hydro means water. Then we get into the lithosphere. So litho means land. So everything that counts as land, right? Mountains, grass, everything we can see above the surface, and things that we can't even see below the surface. Same for hydrosphere as well. Hydrosphere is for all the water we can see above the surface and all the water that is beneath the surface. So even stuff that we can't see what's going on underneath, and the water is always constantly in motion. So lithosphere, we have the lithosphere. Um, we have the biosphere. We have the hydrosphere, right? So so far, again, so far, what have we learned so far when it comes to the four? Bio, litho, hydro. Then we get to what we just talked about, the atmosphere. So atmo, right? Atmo, so ATMOS or ATMO, that means air. That is what it means. That is the prefix. The prefix means air. So the atmosphere, the air that we breathe. So all of the air that encompasses the whole earth is inside, falls into the category. That's what it creates, and that's what makes the atmosphere. So again, four main spheres: bio, atmos, litho, and hydro. Now from then, we can subdivide and get into basically about 17 spheres that we talked about too as well. So 17 spheres. And a majority of these will fall inside of those four main spheres. Some spheres, you could technically might be a sphere themselves. There is, some disagreement upon that, but nonetheless, you can basically divide all the four main spheres into 17 spheres when it comes to that. So you dive in deeper, right? So start like if you cut a pizza into four pieces, right? Well, then you take that pizza cutter and you cut those all in half. Well, now you're going to have 8 pieces, right? Because you're going to have different. You're going to have, um, a smaller set there. So you have divided it all in half. So again, you keep dividing down, and you can keep slicing that pizza even further down, and keep getting more slices, and keep getting more, to divide, and to subdivide the spheres. So that's part 2. Part 3, what else did we learn? Well, we learned about the 5 layers of the atmosphere. The 5 layers of the atmosphere. So again, troposphere. And again, think of it as layers. Think of them, if you see an onion, right? An onion has layers. Like when you peel it and everything else, you cut it, it's got layers. So think of the atmosphere as being a big onion, and you're going to have layers as you peel back that onion. So again, the closest inner layer, right, to the atmosphere is going to be the troposphere, or the tropo layer. The next layer up would be the stratosphere. The next layer up from that is meso, and meso means middle, right? There's 5. Meso is right in the middle. So that's basically why it's the third sphere. So what do we have here again? Troposphere. Remember, troposphere is where we're getting all the weather. This is everything that's dumping on us: rain, sleet, snow, sunshine. Everything is happening right here in the troposphere. Next to that, we got the stratosphere, right? So we got weather balloons that fly up in here. We got the ozone layer that's helping us not get fully radiated by the sun, right? So again, that's why they say, we don't want to burn a hole in the ozone layer. Again, that is for another topic of discussion of what's going on there with the ozone layer and whatnot. But again, that's what they tell us for, right? Because we want to keep the ozone layer intact because it helps prevent all of the sun's radiation from getting to us. Otherwise, it'd be pretty bad if it did. And if you remember before being in here, remember that we see the sun not as it is, we see the sun as it was, because it takes roughly about 8 minutes for the sun light to get to Earth. When it comes to that, um, so again, we are seeing the sun not as it currently sits in the sky. We are seeing the sun as it was in the sky. Um, so again, pretty cool thing there, because remember it takes sunlight about 8 minutes to get to Earth. Um, so very cool stuff there when it comes to that. And we wouldn't want all that sun's radiation to not be blocked out. That would be, we've all had probably been sunburnt, right? We've all been had, um, something. Uh, so think about a sunburn you've had before and how bad that was. But imagine if there was nothing that was blocking that from the ozone layer or anything else. So it would be really, really bad. Really, really bad. So again, mesosphere, what's happening here? Well, the mesosphere, this is where meteorites 99.9% of the time burn up. Sometimes the meteorite will slip through, or we'll see it, we'll hear it. Um, Sometimes they'll hit the ground, right, or something. Pretty sure that I do, unless I'm thinking about an asteroid, I can't remember. But I think meteorites have hit the ground before too. Somebody keep me honest there. I can't remember. Sometimes I get confused between meteorites and asteroids, but nonetheless, I think meteorites have actually um, hit before. But nonetheless, they should burn up right here in the mesosphere. Then we get to the thermosphere. Okay, so now what are we talking about here? Well, we're talking, remember we're talking, okay, well, is this space or what's going on here? Um, so again, what is happening here in the thermosphere? Space. You can have satellites out here as well. It's getting hotter as you go, um, higher up into it. When it comes to that, so thermosphere. And then we have the exosphere that just says once you get out of the thermosphere, you've hit the exosphere. So now there's no more atmosphere at all. You just basically exited the atmosphere. Now you're in the vacuum of space. Although technically, if you want to get into the thermosphere and get into to topic and everything like that. The exosphere again. It's a very some organizations don't even use exosphere. But we do in the United States. But some don't even use the exosphere. They'll just say that the thermosphere is the top layer of the atmosphere, and there is no exosphere. So again, can't even agree on that when it comes to that. But again, there's different bodies, different international bodies have different ways of looking at things and the way that they do things. So again, thermosphere, that's basically where we're talking about if we are utilizing the Kármán line, or that the United States uses 80 or uses 50 miles or 80 kilometers. So basically, the thermosphere is basically starting at space, basically. But again, the Kármán line would be right here. This is where the Kármán line, or I'm sorry, the Kármán line would be at 100 kilometers. I'm sorry, so about 80. What is that? About 80 miles, I believe. Somewhere around that section. Um, but nonetheless, again, we talked about the Kármán line and then the exosphere. But yeah, so that is basically, according to NOAA, that is the five. That is the five layers of the atmosphere when it comes to that. So, what's up? Yeah. All right, love you. So, very cool stuff. Again, there's competing things for different things, right? There's competing things for space, competing things for the exosphere. I mean, there's difference in opinions on some of that stuff. When it comes to that, so that is the teaching tonight. That is the session tonight. So appreciate all of you being here. Appreciate any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feedback. But again, you will find different competing, different of opinions when it comes to space and when it comes to exosphere. So, but again, this is what we use in the United States. This is what NOAA has, and NOAA is our, um, weather authority. Um, so that's what we use here in the United States. It might be different in the United Kingdom. It might be different in Australia what they use. It might be different in Japan what they use. So, but this is what we use here in the United States. So again, thank you to everybody tuning in on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in on Twitch. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in on YouTube, and thank you to everybody who is tuning in on Kick. Again, so great lesson tonight on the different spheres. I don't know about you guys, but I am a pretty big space buff myself, space nerd myself as well. I actually, it's actually going to be one of the next or one of the closest topics coming up here. It's in the pipeline to actually go over space weather. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Pretty cool stuff, but that is in the pipeline. So hope to see you all around when that topic comes up. So very great stuff. But anything you guys want to point out? Any questions? Anything like that? Let's talk about it. So great stuff. It is now about 12:02 my time, Central Daylight Time. It is 1:02 Eastern Time, 11:02 Mountain Time, 10:02 Pacific Time. So yeah, lots of great stuff here to learn about. So yeah, but I am a weather nerd, weather buff, weather whatever you want to call that term. I'm a space buff and a space nerd as well. So I find all that fascinating. Very, very fascinating. So, but yeah, there is such a thing as called space weather. If you guys are not familiar with that, so that's going to be a topic again. Coming up pretty soon in the pipeline for that. So, um, but yeah, and just all of the different things that happen in space. So a lot of cool stuff. At least the things that we know of space, right? Things that we currently know of space. There's so much unknowns that are out there, um, but yeah, when it comes to that, so it's amazing how fast that actually the space shuttle is moving in space. How fast the actual ISS, the International Space Station, is moving in space. It's really this blows. It's really like it really just blows your mind on that. So and then the winds, yes, winds as well. Um, Solar, right? Solar radiation, um, and things of that, right? And I'll get into why also too. Why is space actually dark? When you exit the Earth, why is space dark? Even though we can see the sun up there, so why isn't it just completely illuminated? So we'll talk about that and get into that because that's a lot of theories, right? If you ever heard about flat earthers and things like that, a lot of them will say not even flat earthers as well, but just the other people will be like, well, how come it is not sunny as soon as you exit the Earth? Well, there's a reason for that, and we'll get into that when I talk about space weather. So there's a whole lot that is going on up there in space. But just think about how cool it is. How cool it is how we can just send people here on Earth, send them to outer space. That's pretty wild to even fathom that that's even possible when it comes to that. So, but yeah, we'll touch base on that. We'll touch base on, um, you know, the weather. We'll touch base on and why it's that. So, and then yeah, and Libby makes a good point here, and bringing them back. So not only are we sending them, we're like, hey, gotta come back, right? Can't just leave your family. Can't just leave you hanging out there. Got to send you back home. So it's one thing to get you there, but how are we going to get you back? So it's a great thing that we can send people there and still bring them back home safely. I don't know about if you guys, but if you guys watched it, back in April, early April, about 10 days in April there when we had the space shuttle out there orbiting the moon, right? They went to the far side of the moon, right? The furthest that any people have ever been away from Earth. So, Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild that we can actually send people and do that and still come back home safely. So, pretty wild, right? Pretty wild that people can eat in space. Pretty wild that people can go to the bathroom in space. Pretty wild that people can do all of the things in space that they can do here on Earth. But remember, they're weightless. They're in a vacuum. Everything is everything is 1,000 times harder than what it is here on Earth. So just amazing how we can send somebody or people right out there and to the moon and beyond, and still say, "Hey, come back here and get back here." So that was pretty awesome to watch. Hope you guys watched that because I was glued to that, watching that quite a bit. So scared the heck out of me. What were you doing? Why you say something? Okay, love you, love you. Scare the heck out of me. Well, next time to say something, please. That's all right. You can interrupt. It's always fine. When it comes to that, but yes, I was definitely glued to that. I was highly glued to that. So, um, yeah, pretty cool about solar eclipses, like Jonathan's talking about. Cool about um, solar eclipses. Are cool. All the eclipses are pretty cool. Like why has that happened for? So, but yeah, I'm pretty. It's also one of my areas of study as well. I like space and stuff like that. So rockets, um, you know, all the cool stuff that how we get out there. So it's pretty wild. Strap yourself into a rocket and get flying. So it's pretty wild to even think that people just get strapped in and say send us on our way. So and if you think about that, right? So um, before nowadays, right? So they had the space shuttle program, right? That's no longer the space shuttle program anymore. It's a different program now. The space shuttle program. So the way that they would put you on the main booster rocket, right on the main rocket, is orange. You can just see it's huge, huge cylinder. Um, then on the side you had the little rockets, the I believe it's SRBs. Um, so nonetheless, those SRBs would split off and the main fuel tank would still keep you. So that the SRBs would fall down and would land in the Pacific Ocean um, when it comes to that. And then the main fuel tank too, the big orange tank that you would see the spaceship to, once the space shuttle would detach from that big orange big orange rocket, big orange tank, the tank would actually fall back in and either disintegrate somewhere over the Pacific Ocean or land into the Pacific Ocean. So pretty cool how they engineered that. So so imagine there is a lot of space debris and a lot of space equipment debris, junk floating or either disintegrated over the Pacific Ocean. So it's pretty cool. That is how they engineer that to happen. So, but nowadays they're actually trying to reuse the boosters. Um, so I do believe that SpaceX has actually been able to and has done quite a few completed trials of actually reusing the rockets. So imagine being able to send somebody and then have a rocket fall back down, correlate the rocket, and then be able to land it back on Earth without it getting, without it disintegrating, without it, getting broken. So that is just in itself is a marvel of engineering in itself. So, but then again, SpaceX does a lot of great stuff. So it's a lot of great. It's a really great company. So pretty cool stuff when it comes to that. So, but that's how it used to happen with the space shuttle. Space shuttle. That's what would happen to each of those boosters and those rockets. They would just either burn up or fall into the Pacific Ocean. So when it comes to that, so again, so every single time you would see a space shuttle flight, those were all new rockets and all new boosters. So they were not used or reused. Those were all brand new. So it's pretty cool stuff here. That's at least from the United States. From NASA and stuff. I don't know how it is in the UK. I can only talk about or especially the European Space Station, so the ESA. Um, uh, Russia is also a big time player in the space um, realm too. But ESA, European Space Agency, is big. Russia's big. Obviously, NASA is huge. So, um, but yeah, a lot of cool stuff there. Lots of cool stuff that happens there when it goes into space. So, but yeah, just think about the engineering. The engineering is absolutely off the charts when it just comes to all the things that have to go right in order for something like that to even be thought of, to even put into place. So, and I know some people will say, and there's always going to be naysayers, and there's always going to be truth, debunkers, or there's always going to be people out there that are trying to rain on people's parade, right? And they're always going to try to uh, say that, they're always going to say that, well, the space shuttle never took off, right? The moon landing never happened. What we just witnessed in April never happened. They actually never left Earth. So there's always going to be a lot of them naysayers, but don't pay any attention to that. Do your own research and come up with your own conclusion of what is the truth and what isn't the truth. So, but don't pay attention to any of that stuff. So when it comes to that, so. Um, and just like when people say that the moon landing didn't happen, right? Because they'll say, well, the flag, why is the flag moving for, right? Why is the flag shouldn't be moving? It's a vacuum. It should just be completely still. Shouldn't be moving. That's the main theory that comes up, right? Oh, the moon landing was fake. They all just were in New Mexico. It was broadcast on TV. They just created a whole huge background, a whole huge backdrop, and they created it to look like the moon and all this other stuff. And it's like, and you can think about stuff, right? And it's okay to think about stuff and to get in depth and think, okay, well, okay, what if they would have actually did that? Now, what if they would have done that? How could they have done that, right? Is it possible that they could have done it? Well, yeah, one, it is possible they could have done it, but the thing is it something that they would have done? So there's a difference between could and would, right? So yes, is it something that could have? Yes, you could have spent all the kinds of billions of dollars into create a moon type thing. Yes, you could have did that. Yes, absolutely. So that's possible to create that, but or to look similar, very similar. But nonetheless, it did happen. As in, like they landed on the moon. The moon landing is what happened. There was no faking it. There was no saying that. There was no building of sets and movie scenes and things like that and everything like that. So you have to think about that, but you have to think about, okay, everybody who would have been involved in that process. Think about this to yourself, right? And this is what how I come back with this argument when people say, "Oh, it was faked." So the way I argue it back is, think about how many thousands and thousands of people were involved in that process, right? Now, think about to yourself, how many, on a handful of people, if you get a handful of people in a room, how hard is it for just a handful of people to keep a secret to themselves? It's extremely hard, right? You get a handful of people in a room, 5 to 10 people in a room. You tell them a secret, and what's going to happen as soon as they leave that room? Someone's going to tell somebody, right? So you mean to tell me? So this is my argument back to people who say, well, it was faked. Well, one, we have the physics. One, we have the stuff from it, and I'm talking about just the first one. Um, when it comes to that, so, um, but when it comes to that, it is, you would have to have thousands upon thousands of people, thousands. I mean, we're talking thousands, and the number keeps growing inside of NASA. So you mean to tell me everybody who's ever been a part of NASA, a supplier, anybody who's ever worked there, anybody who's a contractor, Anybody, anything like that would have it had have been quiet the whole time and not told a single person. That's not going to work. That's There's one person who would have spoke out. There's one person. There's one person where the media would have said, "Hey, we'll give you a freaking couple $1,000,000 if you come tell us what's going on." Somebody would have folded somewhere along the last. Was that 1969? So somewhere along the past, basically almost 60 years, somebody would have folded in that process. It's too long, and too many people to have never ever been folded. Talks about it. So you just have to look at it from a mature perspective, from a um, intelligent. Don't be intellectually dishonest with yourself, right? You have to look at it from an intellectual perspective and say, okay, there's no way that anybody could ever stay that quiet for that long of a time with that many people involved in the process when it comes to that. So, yes, did the moon landing happen? Yes, it did. Was it real? Yes, it was. And when it comes to that, but this is another thing that people forget about is we didn't go to the moon, and I'm talking about the U.S. here. We didn't land on the moon just one time. We landed on the moon, I believe, at least five to seven other times, or like 3 to 5 other times after the original moon landing. So it wasn't like we just went there one time. We went there multiple times. But for some reason, they always just say that the first moon landing was faked. It was not real. So that's my argument back to that. So when it comes to that, Libby says if they use the faith it takes to believe that and chose to turn that faith to Christ, the world would be a different place. Yes, definitely. Good call out there, Libby. Great call. Appreciate that. Is an awesome call out for sure. For sure. And I get it. And it is okay. It is okay to look at different views, and it is okay to go out and search for the truth yourself and to uncover stones, and that's fine. Um, that's completely fine because we all want the truth. We all want to know what the truth is, right? But we don't want to get into a pattern or get down the rabbit hole where we start taking we start leaving the rational behind and it becomes irrational. So when it comes to that, um, so again, um, but again, it's always good to find and uncover evidence for yourself. That's obviously what we should all should be doing. But nonetheless, you have to again. We just want to make sure though that we're being um, rational and not irrational in that process when it comes to that. So, but people will believe what they want to believe. So be it. It's not the way I believe, but that's okay. Whatever. If they want to believe what they want to believe, um, that's the way it is. So, but again, you just have to be able to. Um, you just have to be able to again. Don't be intellectually dishonest with yourself when it comes to that. So, but again, yeah, space is cool. I don't know, but space is really cool. I like space a lot. A lot of cool things that we're learning. A lot of cool things that are happening there. So, um, I do believe that they are that the next, if it still is on course, I do believe that um, it is still planned to land on the moon in 2028 to actually put people back on the moon in 2028. So I do believe there's going to be um, a flight next year in 2027 where they're going to send astronauts again. This time it's going to be into Leo, or Leo is called low Earth orbit, and it's going to be like testing out like um, you know systems and services and things like that. So they'll be doing like a whole like scientific mission and part like that. So, but I'm pretty sure 2028 though I believe is after that mission. So that's going to be Artemis 3, and then I believe Artemis 4, which is in 2028 scheduled, I believe. That is Artemis 4 is the one that is actually going to go to the moon and actually um, put astronauts back on the moon. So Jonathan says, "Wow, that's interesting, John Boy. Are you going?" I do not have a ticket, and um, for that, and they haven't trained me yet. So maybe I'll show up at the NASA headquarters and demand to be trained, so I can go get on that flight. So, but that would be wild, man. So that would be extremely wild. Um, I like flying. I don't know if I would enjoy being on a rocket, but I do enjoy flying. But nonetheless, if the opportunity did present itself, I don't know how I would turn down that opportunity. So, um, um, yes, I would if I had a chance. If I were given a chance at like actually going to space, and yes, I would. I would do it. Yes, I would do it as long as they can bring me back home. You know, as long as they can assure me pretty much assure me that I could get back home, then for sure. But I would. What about you guys? Would you guys take the opportunity if you could get sent out to space? Would you take that opportunity if NASA or whomever, your space agency, walked onto your doorstep and said, "Hey, we'd like for you to, we'd like to send you out to outer space. There. What do you think about that? What do you say? What would you say?" Johnson said he would. Johnson said he would go. Libby says that would make for a fun live stream, John Boy in Space. Yes. And if you watch back the Artemis 2 crew back in April, they were live streaming. They were holding news what'd you call it? Interviews and stuff live in their so they were thousands upon thousands of miles away from Earth. So um but how many of you would go? How many of you would actually get sent up and become an astronaut? So um, who would do it and who wouldn't? And why? Why wouldn't you do it? If you wouldn't do it, why wouldn't you do it for? But I would do it just because I love that stuff. I love just it's all inspired to be able to look back and think about. So think about if you get sent out of Earth, right? Like you're in outer space, like complete outer space. So you could turn back around and look and just see how beautiful the globe is. So um, to just see that and just know everything that you have ever known, everything that mankind has ever known, has taken place right there on the globe, on the beautiful earth that you are looking at. Everything that has ever transpired throughout the history of time is right there that you're looking at. So it's one thing to see the perspective from the inside, it's a different thing to see the perspective from the outside. So that's why a lot of times, if you ever read about astronauts, when they say they see the Earth from the outside, it is like an overwhelming, almost like a I don't even know how to describe the experience that they describe, but it would be very overwhelming to look out the window there, look back, and to see that everything that has ever happened throughout the whole history of mankind is right there. So again, it's so when it comes to that. So I mean, think about it. It's one thing to see again. It's one thing to have um, the view from the inside of the Earth, but it's a whole different perspective to see it from the outside. So that's pretty wild. So it's pretty wild to think about. Libby says, "I'm not sure. I would go. I would like to watch a launch, but don't think that will be a reality for me either." So, yeah. Uh, Jonathan said, "Imagine if you could control the weather from the moon and make Papa John NATO's a chase all the time." There you go. There you go. Yeah, no, it would be wild. It would be an experience for sure. But yeah, there's a lot of again. Um, I think it's really awesome. I think it's fascinating. I just think it's absolutely just from the engineering side of things. It's fascinating how you can just freaking put a rocket together, strap somebody onto it, and send them out to space. It's just absolutely mind blowing. You can do something like that. So, um, But yeah, Jonathan says, "Shut your eyes and hold on, Libby." Yeah, just close your eyes and give it a few minutes, and you'll already be out in space. So, uh, when it comes to that, so no, but it would be cool though, also to watch a launch, like to watch a launch live, like when they do it in Florida. Uh, when it comes to that, that would be pretty cool to even watch a launch take off. And if you guys ever seen like this the small capsule that the Artemis crew is actually in, it's absolutely ridiculous to see the size of the capsule because the capsule. So you have to remember the capsule sits on top of the rocket. So the capsule is very small compared to the actual rocket. So when you're seeing the rocket take off, all you're seeing is all that energy being released and sending that little small capsule out into space. So when that capsule now it's Artemis, it's a circular capsule. So when that capsule separates, it's very just wild to even say that. Okay, these astronauts are inside such a small capsule that just got catapulted, it just got rocketed um, by a huge rocket back in um, to outer space. So it's pretty wild to see that. So oh, awesome. Jonathan says he saw a Russian launch in Kazakhstan when he was working out there. That is cool. Yeah, Russia is a big time player. Again, in the space field. Um, Libby says, I'm afraid my claustrophobia would be triggered. Uh, that would have to be something I'd have to fight too because I don't do good with tight small spaces. So and then to be strapped in and then you're confined, and then you got to sit there and strapped to your seat for an X amount of time. There would be a lot of I'm sure there would probably be quite a few anxious moments going on there for sure. So um, yeah, and then just know, like in your mind, it's not like you can open the door and just get out. Like once you are launched into space, you can't just open the door and go, hey, I'm gonna go for a run. I'll be back in an hour or so. That's just not how it works. You can't open anything up. You're just stuck inside that capsule for however long you are out there for. So again, that's something that has to be thought about. When it comes to that. So and a lot of people don't do good um, in confined spaces. So oh yeah, Libby does say yes. Remember my story about being in an elevator? Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yes, when it comes to that, yeah. Um, And if you ever hear the word cosmonaut, cosmonaut is just it's the Russian equivalent of what we use as astronaut. So it's just a Russian astronaut, but instead of calling them astronauts, they call them cosmonauts. So if you hear cosmonaut, it is astronaut, just a different terminology for that. So we call our people astronauts. Russia calls their people cosmonauts. Yep, I do remember that, Libby. I do remember you telling us about that when it comes to that. So, um, but yes, no, space is cool. Space is really cool. Um, there's a lot of great stuff out there, and we're still learning. Right? There's still so much that's been on, that's not explored. Still learning so much on how, the effects of, everything. Thermodynamics and mathematics and weather and just so many other different things that are going on out there. Then how do we put all that together, and make it all suitable to be able to go out there? So, think about the people though that are in the International Space Station. I mean, because they do assignments up there, like they're up there for like months and months. So that would be pretty wild, right? To be up there working in an International Space Station just for months and months, and you're just stuck inside of this, place. Like you just can't go out. You can't just go outside. It's not how it works. So it's pretty wild. So to think about that. It's pretty wild to think about how the International Space Station was even built. I mean, we took docks, like we took pods, right? We took literal pods and put pods together in space and connected those in space. That's wild to even think about. Pretty wild to even think about. We put pods pods together in space, connected them together in space. There's a U.S. side of things. There's a Russia side of things. I think China or Japan has a side of two up there, International Space Station as well. So different countries have different side of things up there, but altogether it is still, um, put together and things. And there's a Canada has it's like a big old arm. They call it. I think it's called the can arm. It's like a big old huge arm. It's like it looks like a big arm grabbing things. It's like a big arm that can reach around, and that's outside. And I think it's from Canada. I think it's called a can arm, and uh, yeah, I think Israel does. Yes, Libby, if I'm not mistaken. So great point out there as well. But as far as I think the people that have actually added pods, as in like built the space station, Israel may be a part of it. I do remember Russia, United States, and I think it's China. I think is the other one. So um, when it comes to that, so yeah, it's very wild to even think about the engineering that goes into put a pod like to connect, to connect a pod to another pod, and then seal that airtight. That is wild, So, uh, very wild to think about how that even transpires. How do you even do something like that? That is just it's hard to do it on Earth where we have gravity and we have everything else helping hold things down and help us to hold things in place. Then to be able to do that in a vacuum is extremely wild. So when it comes to that, but Jonathan says, no, I don't think I've ever seen, Jonathan, I don't think I've ever seen, when it comes to, I don't think I've ever seen Cosmonaut City or what you called it there I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I've seen the spot where they launched, like I've seen launches out of the, where they launch them from, but I don't know if I've actually seen the whole entire complex or whole entire place as they call it. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. So pretty cool stuff that's going on there. But yes, definitely. If you're a space buff like me, space nerd like me, cool stuff is happening out there. So, uh, but again, always feel free to look all this stuff up yourself, yourself too. Always keep me honest, And but again, I'm just telling you all the things that I know from all of my studies, and learning and watching and all the other stuff. So when it comes to that, but yeah, a lot of cool stuff there. But it'd be pretty cool. Like I said, I still believe it's 2028 if we do end up still sending a whole crew to the moon. Pretty wild, right? And the goal, though, right? The full goal, right, is to actually send people to Mars. That's the whole full goal that really NASA is really pushing, right? With the help of SpaceX and Elon Musk and other people who want to colonize Mars, right? There's actually the whole really goal is to push beyond the moon and say, hey, can we actually put people on Mars? And I say God is the ultimate judge of that. So if he will allow that to happen or not. So uh, but nonetheless, that is really the main goal. The main goal was to get people out there to Mars. Pretty wild. Pretty wild to put people in space, and then pretty wild to send them to another planet. That is it's absolutely insane. So, but we do have things there, right? Like we have like the Mars rover there. So like we have different, um, we have the different types of things that are taking pictures from us, or pictures from for us from Mars, so we can study Mars and we can understand the atmosphere and we can understand the rocks and the land and all the spheres. Right? We can understand if there's anything living there. Again, any type of hydro, any type of water, any type of land, any type of atmosphere. So again, we got Perseverance. I think that's the newest one. It's like a rover, right? It rolls around the whole red, what's called the red planet, right? Mars. It rolls around the whole planet, taking pictures and taking samples and feeding back, scientific stuff. So, and how the heck do you even communicate with something that far away? That's even weird. That's crazy too to even think about. Pretty cool. Star City. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, brother. It's 7.9 square kilometers. I don't know what that is to miles. And has the Yuri Gagarin Space Training Center and is called Star City. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, brother. I don't know if I've heard of that. I don't know if I've heard of that. That's the name of it before. So that is pretty cool. Almost 5 miles? Okay. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Libby. Um, But again, if you are just joining in, if you are new here, thank you for joining John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for being here. We are in our fireside chat segment of the live stream. So if you're new here, my live streams, I will always teach the topic at the beginning of the live stream. And then we will jump into fireside chats, Q&As, or Q&As are throughout the whole time. So always feel free to ask a question. But now we are in this fireside chat of the segment, so of the stream. So, and again, if you're new here, we are just talking about anything and everything that comes up. So it's a lot of fun stuff when it comes to that. What Jonathan asked earlier, yes, Jonathan. Brother John, Pastor John, did have a stream. Uh, he did have a live stream earlier today. He was in Kansas. Um, Kansas. Doing some pretty cool stuff out there in Kansas. So, good stream. Great stream, like always. Lots and lots of great stuff that is going on there. So, when it comes to that, a lot of great things. All I know though is this month. This month is flying by. It's already freaking July 24th, technically here in Chicago now. So this month is just zooming by. So this month is really, really flying by. Thank you, Debbie, for putting that. So anybody in here that is not subscribed to Pastor John, Papa John, Brother John, Storm Chaser John McKinney, please click on the link there and subscribe to his channel. You'll find a lot of great content, when it comes to storm chasing, weather, things of that. So a lot of great stuff there. And thank you, Debbie, as well. Debbie also put in his son. His son is Freddie McKinney. So please click on the link there if you have not yet and subscribe to Freddie McKinney as well. It's a lot of great stuff there. Lots and lots of great stuff that is going on there. But yeah, lots of again, we are in, we're in late July now, so pretty much the last week of July. So again, we are getting more into the heat waves and into the high ridge, to the high pressure systems, to the, what we call a high ridge as well. So lots more MCS type of storm slash derecho possibilities just here in July and August, as opposed to like tornado outbreaks and things of that. So, but the other day though, we did have quite a bit of tornado warnings though the other day when I was live streaming on Tuesday. So. Jonathan says, has there been a tropical storm in the Gulf? Yeah, right now it's Tropical Storm Bertha. Bertha is churning up down there in the Gulf. She's quickly making her way over to Texas. So, Tropical Storm Bertha, that is her name. I loved it that Freddie sent John a super chat asking the question about the greatest storm chaser. I missed that part. So what did he say then exactly? Because I did not see that. So I missed that part. So that's awesome though. Jonathan says, "Yeah, I watch Bob Pack sometimes, and he was on it yesterday." I don't know what you're referring to here. Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh, I know. I was like, I drew a complete blank. Yeah, there you go, Bertha. So, uh, I don't know who Bob Pack is though. I don't know who that is. Is that a storm chaser or something? Never heard that name. Never ever heard of that name. Then again, there's a lot of storm chasers I haven't heard of. So, I follow a ton of storm chasers on Facebook. Like if I see they have storm chaser in their name, I'll just follow them because, you know, give them a follow, encourage them, and support them. So, uh, but yeah, there's a lot of them though that there's a lot of great ones that don't have the notoriety or publicity, that other storm chasers have. But there's a lot of great ones that are out there that are either don't want to grow their platform or they are just starting out growing their platform. So um, everybody has a different agenda out there. Some people are more doing it for science. Some people are more doing it for views and growing a social media platform. Again, it just all depends. It just all depends on what their agenda is. Jonathan says he's a storm chaser from Texas. Never heard of him, but I have to take a look at who he is. Yeah, there's a lot of great storm chasers. Lots and lots of great storm chasers. I just don't have the notoriety or publicity like other storm chasers have. So um, but a lot of great ones. But I do my best to support and encourage all of them. So Jonathan says, but nothing beats John Boy and Papa John and Freddie. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, brother Jonathan. I appreciate all of your support and encouragement. So it means a lot. And also, if you guys haven't yet, for everybody listening here on Facebook, everybody listening on Twitch, everybody listening on Kick, and everybody listening here on YouTube, if you haven't yet, please subscribe to Papa John, Pastor John, Storm Chaser John McKinney on YouTube. Please subscribe and uh, to his son Freddie McKinney on YouTube as well, and also subscribe, please, to Chasing for a Cause here on YouTube. So please, again, Chasing for a Cause, Freddie and Pastor John McKinney. So um, please subscribe to all of them. Encourage them, support them, give them a lot of encouragement and love, show them a lot of. Uh, Jonathan says he's banned from Facebook. Would you get? Did you really get banned, or are you just making that up? And if you did, if you could tell us, then yeah, tell us if you want to. But did you? Did they? Did they put you in timeout for? Did they put you in Facebook jail for like 30 days or something? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. He says the wife said you can't be on there. So okay. It's always a good. It's always a good thing to listen to your wife. So, but yeah, definitely social media can definitely. You definitely don't want to. Um, I'm guilty of it at times. My wife is guilty at times too, where sometimes we'll be on social media too more than what we should be on social media, and when really we should be focusing our time and energy on each other instead of focusing our time and energy on stupid reels and shorts and everything else. So social media can take away your time and your energy and your focus away from away from your personal life. But just do your best to not let that happen. So, because I can definitely take that away because it's so easy to get caught up, right? Start doom scrolling. The next thing you know, it's 3 hours has gone by, and you're like, "What have I even done for the last 3 hours?" Besides sit here and look at reel after reel after reel, and all this freaking ridiculous stuff. Um, so yeah, I know I'm guilty of it. I know I am guilty of it. Oh, oh, Jonathan says it's because I speak to my ex-wife in Alabama about our daughter. Well, that's obviously has to be done. So, and my current wife says you might as well be still married. Oh, understood. Uh, but you have a daughter, right? So I mean, you have to talk to your ex-wife. It's not like you. It's not like you're just choosing to hey. It's not like you're. At least I don't think you're probably calling your ex-wife and going, hey, what'd you have for supper tonight? Or hey, did you have a fun time out doing this and that? I don't think that's probably what's happening. Um, I'm assuming it's just all about your daughter. So that has to be done, right? I mean, you got to talk about your daughter. So, it's not like you're going to, uh, if you have a child involved, then of course that's you got to talk to your ex. So I mean, that's obviously you got to be there for your child. So and if you don't talk to your ex, then how are you going to talk to your child? So um, and you definitely don't want to let that come into play. Um, affecting your relationship with your daughter, right? So um, it does take maturity. Trust me, it does take a lot of maturity. It takes a lot of just putting feelings aside, right, and really focusing on um, the child, right? And I know it's tough. I know it's easier said than done for sure. But at the end of the day, you definitely have to. You still have to talk to her. You can't just not. I mean, I guess maybe you could once your daughter turns 18 or something, and you can just not have to rely on your you know ex-wife to help you talk to her or whatever. So, uh, nonetheless, but yeah, nonetheless, um, but yeah, definitely, yeah. But yeah, like I said, I don't think you're probably calling your ex-wife and still telling her that lovey dovey's and whatever else. So because that would be a whole different story. That would be a whole different story if that's what's going on. So that would be a whole different story. So oh, okay. What's up, dude? No, yeah. Oh, Jonathan says, oh, she's 20. I have not seen her since she was 3. Oh, sorry, dude. That sucks, man. So talking and pictures is the way I've seen her grow up, but oh man. Oh, that's rough. For sure. For sure, man. Yeah, sorry, dude. That's painful, man, for sure. That's definitely painful. Yeah, Libby makes a great point as well too. Um, what did Libby say here? I just saw it. Yeah, and your wife, yeah, needs to remember that you chose her, and there's a reason that an ex is an ex. It's true. Yes, it is. Um, it's hard. It is, John. It is, brother. It is. It is, man. Very. Man, it's tough, man. That's very tough. Whether who it doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter whose fault, right? At the end of the day, like people, and I understand that relationships. Trust me, before I met my wife, I was, you know, uh, in a long relationship before I met my wife, and that didn't end pleasantly at all. Um, so I understand that relationships, and even before that, I was in a relationship, long relationship too, that didn't end pleasantly at all either. So I understand that relationships don't end pleasantly, right? They hardly really ever do, right? Because there's usually some sort of hurt that happens, right? Usually, and very, very rarely does anybody ever come together, sit down at the table, and go, "Hey, you know what? I think we just would be better off separately, or I think we would be better if we went our separate ways." Does it ever really ever happen that two people sit down at the same time and feel that same exact way? No, it's usually only one person. So whether it's the guy or the female, so somebody on the other end is getting hurt because they're most likely blindsided by somebody leaving or somebody breaking up with them or whatever it may be. Um, so at the end of the day, there's hurt feelings, right? So it's hard, especially if you have a child with somebody and there's hurt feelings involved, no matter who the hurt party was, right? So no matter if Jonathan's the hurt party or if he was the party that hurt the other person, right? At the end of the day, the child has got to uh, be placed um, in a position where that child comes first, right? And separate the feelings, whether that's a hurt feelings, feelings of hatred, feelings of madness, sadness, when it comes to that. And I know and again, it's easier said than done. I understand that completely. Um, but it's very hard too, though. Um, it's very hard when people are vindictive and they want revenge and they want to be mean and they want to use a child or children as a um, kind of um, like a tool, right? That says, "Hey, you can only see your daughter or see your son whenever I say you can, right?" And then then there's a lot of fights that go on, like whether it's through custody battles and through court battles and things like that. So I understand that, like, it's definitely uh so I definitely know for sure, man. I definitely know what you're going through, uh Jonathan, definitely. So um it's not easy. It is not easy at all. So it's very hard. Jonathan says we FaceTime once a week. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yes, we do. We all have chinks in our armor. Yep. What we do. Yep. I've done a lot of stupid stuff, right? I've had a lot of kinks in my armor, right? A lot of stupid stuff, and um, made a lot of poor choices, and I still make poor choices, right? I mean, I just don't make them like as much as I used to. But I mean, obviously, I learn the best I can learn, and I take the failures and um, the pitfalls and the trials and the tribulations and everything like that, and I do my best to build that up into a really solid foundation um, when it comes to that. So Jonathan says that they actually live in his house in Alabama. Wow. He says I could kick them out, but I won't because I don't work that way. Well, that's very mature of you. Absolutely. So that is very good. Speaks to your character. When it comes to that. So um, again, I don't know the full story, and obviously, I don't need to know the full story, and obviously, uh, but but again, for you just from what you're speaking about that does show it shows tremendous signs of maturity to do that because again I don't know the story, I don't know who the hurt party was or whomever, well, or maybe if both of you were the hurt party, I don't know, but nonetheless, you could be spiteful, right? You could be resentful, you could be, there's a lot of things that could happen, right? A lot of different emotions that go into that. So, Jonathan says, I still love them all. Awesome. When it comes to that, awesome. So, um, but yeah, definitely, you definitely have to. Life is about maturing and growing, and it just sucks at times because a lot of times get our growth through we get our growth through trials and failures. That's how we get our growth. You know, and unfortunately, but that is usually the way. Is That's how we get our growth. Trials and failures, and like I said, I know I've had a lot of heartache. I've had a lot of hurt, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of stuff. So, but again, you can't beat yourself up over it. You got to persevere, right? And that's with God, right? God allows us to persevere through the hard times. Uh, that's where our victory comes from, right? We're able to be triumphant. And then, yeah, we just got to pick up the pieces, and we have to be able um, to learn, you know, and hopefully not get in that type of situation again, right? And learn from our past mistakes and doings, and because I know I've hurt, right? I know I've hurt people. I know people have hurt me. Um, obviously, I know I'm not perfect, right? And I never have claimed to ever be perfect, right? But I don't use that as an excuse, right? And a lot of people say, "Well, I'm human. I'm not perfect." It's like I get that, right? But don't use that as an excuse in order to do hurt somebody, or use that as an excuse to do things. So my thing is just you have to learn. If you're not learning from your mistakes, then the mistakes is still a mistake. You have to fix the mistake. You have to be able to grow. You have to be able to become better on the outside of what you were on the inside. So if you come out of that from whatever hurt and pain that you saw that you went through, and you're still not better from that, then you haven't grown. You either holding on to hurt, you're holding on to resentment, you're holding on to hatred, you're holding on to a lot of emotions that are just going to keep you from growing. And trust me, it's hard. I know it's hard. Trust me, I've been hurt many, very, very badly, and it's like, how can I forgive somebody like this? Uh, how can I, forgive this person when after they've hurt me so badly, right? Yeah, and but forgiveness is really the start of it, right? Forgiveness and what true forgiveness is, and it's really, really starts with forgiveness, and that's really opens the door up for everything else. So when it comes to that, but yeah, a lot of it's just a lot of learning, man. It is, but so always do your best to learn. At least learn through anything you can learn from. Welcome in, Omni. Thank you for being here, Omni. Good to see you, brother. Good to always see you in here. Um, Very, very good to see all of you are in here. Still quite a few of you in here. And it's 1 a.m. my time. It is 2 a.m. Eastern. It is 12 a.m. now Mountain Time, and it is 11 p.m. Pacific Time. So, um, but yeah. But to get back on that subject, and the subject is like we're gonna hurt people, right? Like your spouse is gonna let you down. You're gonna let your spouse down. It's just going to happen. That's just it's going to happen, right? So a lot of people ask me like, well, what helps, your marriage? Like, what, obviously, what keeps that going, right? And you have to in any relationship, right? And my thinking, my saying is well, one, you have to have love, right? Love is a full encompassing of everything, right? So when it comes to that, but you have to in a relationship, in order for a marriage to last, in order for a relationship to last, you have to forgiveness. If you don't have forgiveness in a relationship, whether it's a marriage, whether it's you're dating somebody or whatever it is, if you do not have forgiveness, because they will hurt you, whether it's the littlest thing or the biggest thing or whatever it may be, but if you do not have forgiveness, um, that relationship will not. So the biggest thing outside of love and next to love is actually forgiveness. Love again is the most encompassing, um, is the most encompassing thing, right? So you must first fully love that person, right? And I mean fully love that person. You gotta love them through their great times, love them through their down times, love them through their, when they're angry, when they're upset, when they make mistakes. Uh, you gotta love them through all that. That is how that's love, right? So love is a full encompassing thing. But next to that, what comes next in line after that is forgiveness because you're going to be hurt, and you want them to forgive you when you hurt them. There's going to be a time when maybe you speak out of line, or when they speak out of line, or something somewhere along the lines. It's going to be the littlest thing you're going to get hurt by. Um, but you got to be able to forgive and be able to ask for forgiveness also when it comes to that. So it's got to go both ways, right? You got to be able to both be able to forgive each other, and that's what really keeps the relationship going. Lots and lots of forgiveness and full forgiveness. That's what keeps the relationship to go. But yeah, that's what I have learned in my marriage. That's what I've learned. Me and my wife have been together for over 10 years, so we have a great relationship, right? Um, but I mean, is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's not perfect, right? But I mean, but it's great. It's a great relationship, right? No relationship will ever be perfect. But how we fully love each other, we fully forgive each other whenever we hurt each other, and we talk about it openly and say, hey, you hurt me this way, or hey, I hurt you that way. Okay, let me let me help me understand how I hurt you, whether I hurt you intentionally or maybe I hurt you, or I hurt you unintentionally. How, explain, help me understand so I know. So that is what's helped, obviously love and then forgiveness. Because if you don't have forgiveness, you're going to have spite, and then you're going to turn in resentment, bitterness, right? I mean, we don't want anything to ever get to bitterness, right? You don't want to start hating somebody. You don't really want to start doing that, right? So you have to really, really, uh, you have to really, really forgive, um, and be able to communicate about it, right? So again, in a relationship, right? Like if my wife were to hurt me and I didn't tell her about it, right? And I'm just sulking and I'm mad and I'm upset and then I don't tell her about it. That's a disservice to her, right? That's a disservice to the communication when it comes to that, and so that is what to me you have to be able you have to be able to talk about it openly and communicate about it, right? So it's a disservice to me, like if I hurt her, and she wouldn't tell me, like, and if she's just mad and upset, and then like a year goes by and she's like, well, you remember when you did this? And I'm like, no, I don't remember, because you're just telling me now and a year's gone by, you know? So so when it comes to that, you just have to really, you have to be able to communicate and communicate right away and say, hey, you hurt me. um I hurt, whatever it is, from both sides of the aisle had to be able to come and do that, because you don't want, again, it's a disservice to your relationship, a disservice to your marriage, if you're just stewing on things and letting things fester, and you don't open that line of communication to where, um, to help yourselves get better, right? And that line of communication should always be open. So me and my wife, our marriage is built on transparency, where we tell each other everything and anything, and whether it's good or it's bad. I mean, but that's what it does, and that's what helps us through being transparent, right? Being fully transparent with one another. My past mistakes, her past mistakes, my past flaws, her past flaws, my current flaws, her current flaws. Things like we're always transparent with one another, and we don't lie to each other. We're, again, transparent, truthful, honest, and that's how it keeps our relationship, going, right? And it's us, right? And it's but again, yes, you have to have that line of communication that says, "Hey, I have to be able to be fully raw, open, and transparent with you, even if it hurts you, right? To the point of hurting somebody, you have to be able to be fully transparent with them, and um, when it went to that. So, um, but that's what I found in our relationship. That's has really grown our relationship. Open line of communication, being fully raw and open with one another, and really, and forgiving, right? Forgiving for any type of hurt that one another has caused each other. So, um, and again, whether that's intentional hurt or unintentional hurt. So, because again, it's doing a disservice. What's up, brother? Yeah, you want to? Or are you tired? Okay. Hey, 10 minutes. Okay. 11. But yeah. But again, yeah, you have to be able to just be able to have that line of communication. You have to be able to keep that open and be able to do that. And that's how you grow and you mature, and and there's gonna be things that you don't want to hear. Um, you have to be able to do that 100%, and it takes a lot of growth. Um, you have to be able to grow, right? I've had a lot of hurt before, right? Like, has my wife hurt me? Yes. Have I hurt my wife? Yes. Right? It goes both ways, right? Whether I've done it intentionally or I've done it unintentional, but it's happened, you know, and uh, but again, yeah, you have to have that. Definitely have to have that. But yeah, thank you, Jonathan, for that great quote. Thank you so much for that, brother. Thank you so much. Uh, Omni, thank you, brother, as well too. Communication, trust, understanding, forgiveness, honesty. Yeah, yeah. And I think that you know everybody has faced hard, right? We faced hardships, right? We face hurt. We face whether we do it to ourselves, right, or somebody does it to us, right? But at the end of the day, I don't blame anybody for the choices I've made. I don't blame anybody for the choices I continue to make. I don't blame anybody for any type of, um, you know, like a lot of people like to pass blame off on. They want to, um, pass the blame off instead of looking at themselves in the mirror and going, okay, you know, you got to take full blame for things, right? You have to be able to really, you have to really take, um, we really have to take, and this is a key word, right? The key word is take accountability. So you have to really take accountability, and a lot of times, and I know it's through growth, right? It's through growth, right? We have to be able to take full accountability for our actions, full accountability for the things that happen to us right now. Now, are there certain things that are going to happen where people do things certain to us? Yeah, but for the most part, we are all going to be. Um, we need, we all are going to do things in our lives that's going to affect our lives more than what people do to us that affect our lives. So we have to take accountability, and we have to be willing to say sorry. We have to be willing to forgive, right? We have to be willing to, um, look at the hurt and face the hurt, right? We have to be able to look, and face it and stand in the face of the hurt, stand in the face of the pain, and face it, and really really face that and say, okay, I'm not gonna let this hurt control me. I'm not gonna let this pain control me. I'm not gonna let, you got to face it and come to grips with it. Um, you know, and it's because there was a lot of things. There's some things that I'd done in my past, obviously before I met my wife, that I was not happy about, and uh, you know, very ashamed of, things like that, and sometimes we don't want to face that shame, right? We want to push that shame down because we don't want to think about what we've done and go, oh man, how could I do something so stupid? How can I be that kind of person? How can I do this, right? So much shame and guilt, right? It just stirs up inside of us. So what do we do? Majority of the time is we don't think about it. We suffocate that, right? But it's still there in our minds, right? It's still there in the back of our minds. The feeling is still there, and that's because we haven't faced it. We haven't actually stood it, thought about what we did, and faced it and took accountability for what we did. So it wasn't until I started to do that where it really helped me grow and to understand and to really open up, my eyes and doors and things like that is really what helped me become a more of a mature man. And um, you know it's just facing the shame, facing the guilt, facing the stupid things that I did, and then taking accountability for it, and then not suppressing it, right? Not keeping it hidden, not keeping it smashed, and not keeping it like that, but to be able to just really face it and say it out loud, the things that I did, the things, and then be able to face it and say, you know what, you're not going to control me. I'm not going to let my past, um, I'm not going to let my past keep me ashamed. I'm not going to keep it hidden. I'm not going to keep it down. So once you really face that, though, right, and you stop suppressing um, the things you've done, right? The things that you're ashamed of, the things you feel guilty for, the things that really are in your mind, that you cry about and you stir about and you think upon them. And so once you really face that and take accountability for that, then you can really move on and start living a real fuller, healthier, and happier life, instead of being still sucked and drawn into the past guilt and the past shame, and just keeping it buried and keeping it um, just at the surface, right? We just keep it down a little bit, and we just keep it right at the surface. So when it comes to that, so I know I've learned to that, right? Because before, when I was younger, just don't think about it. Think, yeah, you made mistakes or you made poor choices, stuff you don't want to think about. So just suppress it and just move on with your life, right? Uh, but that's not the way you do it. That's not where happiness comes from. Happiness comes from owning, right? So the two key words are ownership and accountability. So take full ownership for your actions and for what you have done, and take full accountability for that. And that's what I have learned to do. It's not an easy process, um, especially if that's something what you struggle with. Um, but you have to take full ownership and take full accountability for that. And so that's what helped me. So that's the only way I can teach back and help any of you who are still listening to this. Um, it's just to really face the things that are bringing you down. Face the things that you think, oh, um, somebody might not forgive me for what I did, or I just feel so ashamed for what I did, and the guilt, So that's the way I can teach it back, is because I've been there. I know what it's like, and I can teach you the things that help me get better. And that was, again, take ownership, take accountability, and um, really face what I did. Right? Really own it. Look it in the eye, stare it in the eye, say it out loud, and then have it be able to move on past, from it. Because there's a lot of people who keep secrets, right? A lot of people that have secrets, stuff they did when they were younger, currently, or whatever, and stuff, they'll keep it inside and they'll never face it, and it'll be there for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I'm like, I've never ever faced this in my life. They just suppressed it. And because they either feel too guilty, too ashamed, they feel like either God won't forgive them, they feel like people around them won't forgive them, whatever it may be. So, but I can only speak truth and speak facts to you. That's how I have grown as a man, as a Christian, as a person. Um, just taking full ownership and full accountability, for my actions, and then facing the shame that I felt, facing um, the pain that I felt that I caused, facing the guilt, and it's not a pretty picture, and it's not easy to do, but we have to do it in order to grow. You have to be able to do it to grow with that. So Libby says, and as a youth leader, I have found that if I'm honest with the kids about my failures, they come to trust me more, and they may stop and think more before making the same mistakes. Yeah, absolutely, 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 absolutely. Yeah, and I say this, and um, definitely there. Thank you, Omni, too. Uh, appreciate what did you just say? I saw something here. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It is growth. It really is, because I've been, and there's still some things that I am still, and I'll admit that I have still some maturity growth on, and I'm working on that to get better at that. Um, but yeah, definitely appreciate you, Jonathan. Obviously, growing from each other, right? Learning from each other, growing from you, as well. So, um, but yeah, it's always a constant growth, right? So it's continuous improvement, right? So we should think of our lives as continuously improving each and every day. How can I continuously improve on some form or another, whatever it may be, right? Some people struggle with lying, right? Some people struggle with stealing. Some people struggle with promiscuity. Some people struggle with you know, uh, porn, or some people struggle with other different things. There are tons of different struggles that are out there, right? But the more you're honest with yourself about what you're struggling with and what you're dealing with, the more you can overcome, the more that you will overcome that. And not only the more that you will overcome it, but you actually will overcome whatever you are struggling with. And but again, everybody faces different types of things, right? Everybody has different struggles, maybe different addictions. Um, when it comes to that. So, but I can only teach what I know, right? And this is, um, and I'm very raw and I'm very open, because that's how we learn, right? Like, I don't sugarcoat anything. I don't hold anything back. I say, hey, this is what happened to me. Yeah, I was an idiot. Or yeah, hey, this happened to me, and I was hurt. But this is how I dealt with the hurt. Or this is how I, um, you know, did stuff, right? So, uh, but yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of stupid stuff, right? I mean, stuff that I'm not proud of, and stuff that I'm obviously that I used to be ashamed of, stuff that I took me a long time to really forgive myself for. So, and that's another form of forgiveness, right? And people sometimes forget that, but you have to. I had to learn how to forgive myself, and that took years and years on how to forgive myself, because I would feel so ashamed, and I feel so much pain and hurt, and because I caused so much hurt, and I just, it took me years and years to forgive myself. But it was once I finally learned how to forgive myself, was once I learned how to finally heal, and take ownership, and take accountability for those actions. And that's what really has helped me, right? Forgiveness, it starts with yourself. You have to learn how to forgive yourself when we do make mistakes, and we do stupid um, things to hurt people, and um, things like that. So, um, But yeah, it took me a long time. It took me years and years and years to forgive myself, and it's just what happened for me. Um, I'd cry about things, and I feel so much shame and feel so much pain, and I just be like, oh, I just had to learn how. Uh, um, have to just learn how to forgive yourself. Um, and it's actually a lot. It's actually more challenging than what it sounds like to actually forgive yourself. I mean, some people it might be easy, but for me, it took me years and years to forgive myself for some of that stuff. So, um, Libby says, I had been dealing with self forgiveness today, and it hit me that it had to do with honestly accepting that I'm not as good as I wish I was. Yeah, I think that affects people, right? Too. It's like I agree with I can definitely see where you're coming from, Libby, for sure. There's a lot of things that I did, like having sex outside of marriage, right? Having, I've only cheated on one person ever in my life, but I cheated on one of my past, um, one of my past relationships. Felt horribly bad. Took me years and years to forgive myself again for that. Um, so I'm not happy about that, right? Um, I've done a lot of stupid things, when it comes to that. So, but yeah, but I'm very open and I'm very raw, and saying, hey, I've learned through this stuff, right? I've learned, you know, um, through the pain of hurting, other people and hurting myself along the way. So, um, but it takes growth, and uh, to forgive ourselves it takes a lot of love for ourselves to grow, right? Um, there's things that a lot of that's just what helps, and that's why we have God for, right? That's why God forgives us, right? God loves us through all that. Even when other people don't forgive us or love us through that, right? Or even we don't forgive ourselves and love ourselves, God still loves us and forgives us through all that, no matter what we've done. And that's grace, right? That's the grace that he gives us, right? And then the mercy he shows us, right? And then obviously the love that he shows us as well. So it just there's just a lot that goes into that, so but I'm very open. I tell people like stuff, it's like, yeah, I've done a lot of stupid things. I'm not afraid to talk about and admit the stupid stuff that I've done, because um, people are going to accept me for exactly who I am, you know and if my past mistakes or whatever offends them or affects them, then they're not mature enough to accept me for the current person that I am. So, but that's why I'm open and raw, about that. That's why I'm just like, hey, accept me or love me for who I am, or if not, that's your own choice. So, but again, you really, again, this goes back, to when I got sick last year and stuff. It's like you really know the people who go through the fire with you. You really know who stands by you when you are in the deepest, darkest spot of your life. You know who loves you. You know who stands by you. You know who has your back. So it's the same as that. We're gonna go through hard times. So um, when it comes to that. Jonathan says, forgiveness is a scent of the violet upon the heel that crushed it. Mark Twain quote on forgiveness. I've never heard that, but that's pretty cool. Thank you, Jonathan, for that. Libby says, just as scars on the body remind us of things that have happened but that healed, scars on memories should be reminders of how God heals. Yes, that's awesome. Both of you, that's a very great stuff. Awesome stuff from Jonathan and awesome stuff from Libby as well. Yeah, definitely. Um, definitely when it comes to that. Great stuff. That's great stuff, guys. That's really great. That's really great stuff right there. So, but again, I can only teach what I know. I can only teach what I've been through. What has helped me learn? What has helped me grow? What has helped me mature? What has helped me, um, to blossom again, as to grow again, just as a, you know, as a husband, as a father, as a man, as a Christian. It's to really just be fully honest, with myself, forgive myself, be fully honest with everybody around me, forgive everybody around me, and that is what has helped me grow. Again, it's all easier said than done. It takes time. It takes patience. It takes a lot of praying, a lot of trust in God, a lot of just really changing your whole outlook on on things. And I know it's very very hard to forgive people um, when they hurt you, right? When they hurt you, right? It's hard to forgive people, or it's challenging to forgive people when they hurt you. It's challenging to just to pray right for them. It's challenging to look the other way, right, when they hurt you. So, Omni says the quote a Tear for Fear song. Wow, okay, awesome. Uh, Memories fade, but the pain still lingers. Yeah, I could definitely see where that coming from. It's for sure. Um, Definitely. So, um, but that's how we get real and raw with each other, right? We just open up. We open up and we say, hey, these are our flaws. These are our faults. Um, when it comes to that. So, Jonathan says, people, I gotta go. Cows, sheep, and pigs, looks like, need feeding. Love and prayers each and every one of you and your loved ones. See you all soon. Love you all. Love you too, brother. Thank you for being here, Jonathan. So much love to you, brother, and your family. To your daughter, your wife, and everything else, man. So hopefully, I'll be praying for you. Again, if you ever uh, need anything that or any type of prayer you don't want, some people are, they have unspokens, or they don't want to put some of their stuff out on, too much on the internet. Feel free to always email me. Um, Definitely would love to pray for you, whatever you're going through, things like that. So, because we all need prayer. Everybody needs prayer. Don't ever let anybody tell you that there is nothing that you can pray for them about. Every single person needs prayer. It doesn't matter. Somebody always needs prayer for something. But yeah, thank you being here, brother. Love you, man. Much love to you, brother. Appreciate you, man, so much for being in here. So a lot of great talks, man. A lot of great stuff. But again, I don't have the answers to everything. Again, I only can teach what helps me. So I hope hope a little bit of that can help you guys as well, because we all face, right. We all face um, temptations and trials, tribulations and things that we are not um, happy about, and uh, so yeah, I guess you have to be very vulnerable with yourself, right? You have to be vulnerable with yourself and open up to yourself and be vulnerable. You got to be. But yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan, for being in here. Awesome stuff from you, as always. Hopefully the livestock are good. Pigs are good. Cows are good. Sheep are good. Actually, I don't know if you have cows. Maybe you do. I think you do. I think you have a lot of livestock. So, but good stuff. Good stuff to you there, Jonathan. So, but I do enjoy these chats. I enjoy these chats um, because it helps people grow, right? It helps me. It helps me um, to be able to speak openly and speak raw and be. Um, oh, Jonathan says we do. We got 300 cows. Awesome, awesome, brother. Much love to you, man. Much love to you. Libby says vulnerable with ourselves and with our core people. Yeah, we do. We have to have a vulnerability to us, right? We have to be able uh, to really be. Uh, it's okay to be emotional, right? It's okay to cry. It's okay to uh, get emotional and talk about feelings and talk about. That's actually a strength, because one of the world's things is they'll put a label on a guy, right? On a guy and say, well, as a guy, you're supposed to be strong and not talk about your feelings and not cry and not do this and do that. But see, that is putting a whole different. Uh, now you're bottling up feelings, you're bottling up emotions, and everything else. So it's actually strong. It's actually what they're teaching you is actually weakness. Uh, but the strength comes from being able to cry. The strength comes from being able to be open about your emotions, to be open about your feelings. That's actually strength. It's actually weak to keep all of that inside and to not talk about that, and to not just keep all about love because hey, you're supposed to be a man and you're supposed to be strong and do all that. So Chase says um, you have to be able to forgive others before you can forgive yourself, or maybe that's backwards. I would say you actually need to be able to forgive yourself first before you can forgive others. Now, why is that? It's actually the saying that says, "Hey, you need to love yourself first before you can love others," and that's really true when you think about it on a deep, deep level. Um, when it comes to that, so um, you definitely have to be able to forgive yourself because everything starts with yourself, right? So if you're mad at yourself, you're sad, you really, so when you go to really forgive others, right, and you really go to love others, you don't really know what that love and what that forgiveness looks like because you haven't given yourself that yet. So it really starts when you look at it deep on a very deep level and you get to the really inner core of it. You really have to love yourself and love and be able to forgive yourself before you can project that onto other people. Now you might be able to do that, and but it's not going to be the full authentic way of loving and forgiving other people if you haven't done it to yourself first. Uh, and that's what's helped me. That's my viewpoint of it. Some might disagree and say, "Well, no, it is what it is." But to me, you have to love yourself before you can love somebody else. You have to forgive yourself before you can really, truly, authentically forgive somebody else. And it's um, because there's a lot of things that we've done right that we need to forgive ourselves for. That's what helped me because there's a long, like I said, there's many years. It took me a long time to forgive myself for things I had done. Like it just be years and years. But and I'll tell you, like throughout those years, I would sit and mope and cry and be sad and um um all that stuff, before I learned how to forgive myself. Um, Jonathan says, just a quick one before I go. Why do cows have hooves? Oh, because because they lactose. Good job, great job, Jonathan. Great one there, buddy. Great one there. Appreciate it, brother. It is the hardest. It is hard. It's hard to forgive ourselves when we do hurt people. Um, and that's the age old question: is why would we even make that choice to begin with? Well, you know, it's a great question, right? Why did I choose to have sex out of marriage before? Why did I choose to cheat on? Why? Why did I make those choices? Well, because I wanted to make those choices. That was a choice. That was a choice because I wanted to make that choice. Because I chose gratification. You know, I chose world gratification over and self gratification over integrity and respect and you know goodness and kindness, and so I chose self gratification over others gratification. So that was that's the reason why you know I made the choice. So um but yeah, I mean, people make choices there, obviously, right? People make choices for different reasons and whatnot. So um but yeah, a lot of times usually we make choices out of self gratification. That's mainly usually a lot of why the choices get made for. Um, Sometimes they get made out of hurt. Sometimes they get made out of spite, revenge, whatever. But a lot of times it has to do with self gratification. And yeah, so definitely, definitely, I made those, and I just live, you know, I learned to forgive myself though. And again, it took many, many years to get to that point, to forgive myself, and one of the hardest things too is to also ask for forgiveness. Is go to that person and say, please forgive me. I'm asking for you to forgive me. It means a lot to me if you forgive me. And if they're still in pain and they're hurting, you might not get the response that you want. Some other people might say, "Yeah, I do forgive you," but nonetheless, we have to ask for it, especially when we hurt that person. We got to ask for forgiveness. But yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I mean, it's always people are like, well, again, and this gets back to what I was talking about. People are like, well, why'd you do that for? Why'd you do that? Why'd you make that choice? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Again, I made a choice out of self gratification. So for myself. So it is, Libby. It is hard. It's not easy. It is not easy at all. Absolutely, it's very challenging. Extremely challenging. Extremely challenging. If you know you hurt somebody and you go up to them and say, I hurt you, I wronged you. How can I, um, make amends for that? Will you ever? Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? You know, or please forgive me, right? And it's tough. It's very challenging. Very, very challenging. Those are tough conversations, but they are conversations that have to be had in order to really fully grow and to really move on, from that pain and hurt. Otherwise, the pain and hurt just sits and festers and stays with you for, years and years and years and years and years. So, but again, I'm not afraid to speak openly about my mistakes. I'm not afraid to talk about things I have done. Because again, why is that? Because one, it helps with helping other individuals. It helps with being transparent and being raw and being open. Um, so it helps with growth. It helps with maturity. So I'm very open and very raw. And two, um, you know, I know the character I am. I know the character that I have. I know the kindness that I have. I know that those past choices don't define who I actually really am. Yeah, at the time, was that showing bad character and bad judgment? Absolutely. Absolutely, it was. Absolutely, that was bad judgment, bad character. But is that my full character, and is that the full type of person I am? No. I made bad choices, and I made, bad judgmental character choices. Like when I talked about, like, like cheating on my ex in one of my previous relationships, and feeling guilty, and for many many years and stuff like that. So I speak openly about that because um, because one, again, it helps like that, but two, it hopefully helps other people to be able to speak openly, and if people are going to um, judge me for that and say, "Oh, you're just a piece of crap," and whatever else, and maybe at the time I definitely was, for sure. I definitely was a piece of crap, for sure. That was definitely a wrong move to do, for sure. But again, that isn't my full character. That was a flawed judgment in my character, but not my full character. And I immediately regretted it, and I never did it again. And so um, I immediately learned, but still, I beat myself up over it for many many years because I couldn't believe I was that guy who I never wanted to become. Um, but again, that is what helps me though. And people, they can judge me for that. They can say whatever they want for that. But the ones who love me are the ones who stick around, and the ones who understand that being open and honest is a lot better than acting like I'm perfect and that I've never done anything to ever hurt anybody, or whatever else. Um, so that's why I'm open and honest. People are going to accept me and love me for exactly who I am. I'm confident in who I am, confident in my, uh, is that my character and who I am. So if people love that, great. If people don't accept some of the things that I did, then that's on them. That's not on me. Um, you know, but that's how I get through things, man. That's how I get through, guys. That's how I get through things, guys. Just being open and raw. Um, and I'm being open and raw with you. And some of you might be new in here and be like, "What is this guy even talking about?" You know. But nonetheless, I hope you're learning. Um, I hope you're learning from that to be open and honest and raw with people that you don't even know. So, Libby says anyone who isn't willing to accept us for who we are don't need to be in our lives. I can see where you're coming from. Absolutely, I can see that. Omni says some don't like knowing the truth or hearing it. Sadly, even though it's better to be honest for certain, fiction is scarier than reality. Yeah. Um, have to be able to have to be able to just understand that nobody is perfect, and I don't care if people know my past. I don't care what people think about my past. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. If I cared, I wouldn't talk about it because I'd be like, hey, I don't want people to know. I don't care. I have absolutely no cares. People can people can again do whatever they want to do with it. You know, I just want people to at least appreciate my honesty and at least be like, whoa, hey, this guy is at least being open and honest with us. So at least he's not, blowing, uh, blowing steam, or at least he's not a smoke and mirror show. At least he's not trying to hide behind, thinking he's perfect and all this other stuff. So, no, I'm open. I'm open and raw. And, um, when it comes to that. So, um, when it comes to that, it just, that's just me though. That's me. Set me as, love me for me, set me as me, or, you know, thank you, so, when it comes to that. So, but that again, that is me. I'm just open and raw, and that is why. That is why I don't care about, I don't care about if I don't care that the hurt that I caused people, I've caused before. I don't care, and you know, just like if any of you were to be open up and tell me stuff that you did, whether you cheated on an ex or you did something stupid, whatever, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh well, you know, why did you do that for? You shouldn't have done that. Blah 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 blah. It's like no, you made the mistake. You know that you weren't supposed to do whatever you did, and you already know that. It doesn't take me to tell you that. It's not going to help you if I sit there and say that to you. It's not going to help you if I go, oh well, you shouldn't have done that. You should have did this. You should have did that. Um, um, when it comes to that, you have to be able to just, you have to be able. It's not going to do any benefit if we sit there and, uh, if I sit there and go, oh, well, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, right? Now, there is a part of accountability, right, where we have to hold each other accountable, absolutely. But if I sit there and I just, if I give a judgmental, um, oh, I didn't know you were like that, or whatever, it's like one bad choice does not define who we are. Although a lot of people let that one choice in their mind define who we are. So again, don't let one bad mistake or one bad choice define you, who you are. So, Libby says, I want to be real. So when, oh geez, Libby says, I want to be real. So when people come to my funeral, they aren't shocked by what they hear. Oh, wow. Uh, yeah, I mean, definitely, right? You have to be real, authentic, right? Authentic with yourself, authentic with people, authentic with other people. Like, you just have to be authentic, and it's challenging. It's very challenging. Not be grandiose, right? Not make things up, not make things seem greater than what they are. You just have to really be authentic, and that took me, a long time, to be authentic with myself, to be authentic, like present myself as authentic, and not just like, try to be part of the crowd or try to be like, oh, this is more grandiose than what it actually is, you know, and so I've struggled with that, but thankfully I have got past that. So, but yeah, you just got to be authentic, and then really authentic is really where it comes from. It's just this is who I am, you know. He did. Libby makes a great point. King David, yes, absolutely. King David was far from perfect, but God called him a man after his own heart, and he did. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great example there. Great example. So, um, but yeah, definitely not trying to get like, and I'm not trying to steer this in any way, but this is what part of my channel is about. It's about we're gonna talk about weather, right? Gonna learn about weather and stuff like that first, but then we're gonna get into these chats, and these chats are we're gonna get really more intimate and really more um, understanding of like life and people and understanding that everybody hurts in some form or another. Everybody has hurt somebody in some form or another, and how do we grow from that? How do we learn from that? So it almost acts as like a therapy session in a way. It helps us all grow and to talk and to be, open as much as open as you want to be open about things. But with me, I'm very open. I'm very open, and hopefully you guys can respect that, and hopefully that you guys can see some sort of good in that. So, I appreciate all of you. I respect all of you, whether that is, um, whether you're able to talk about things or you're not able to talk about things, whatever. I respect, each and every one of you. So, Libby says I say that because I went to where the person next. Uh, where did it go at? Where did it go at? Oh, Vanessa turned and asked if we were at the right one because the stories didn't sound like the person we knew. Sure, I'm sure that happens quite a bit for sure. Um, Definitely. But yeah, hope you guys can respect that. Hope you guys can respect my transparency, respect my honesty, you know, respect my forthcoming, respect my ownership, respect my accountability, and just again, I can only help guide and with the stuff that I know that helps me and teach that back. So if you guys can all respect that, but again, I know not everybody's as open and transparent. But hopefully you can get to that place, one day if you're not there yet. So you can just know that it's possible. You can get there. If maybe if you're not there yet. So when it comes to that. So, but yeah, I'm just open about mine because being open to me just helps people see that like, oh yeah, this is you know I'm not perfect, right? I don't pay anybody to think that I'm perfect, right? I don't want anybody to think that I have, just I'm perfect in every way, because I'm not. I'm not anywhere near perfect, right? I'm nowhere even near perfect at all. So when it comes to that, right? And perfection isn't a real thing to attain. Like we're never going to be able to attain perfection. That's not a realistic goal. It's not a realistic thing, right? That we can ever attain, right? The only perfect person, obviously, was Jesus. That was the only perfect, perfect person. So, um, but when it comes to perfection, why do we still try to do things that are, to be perfect, like and make thing like that, even though we know that we can't ever attain perfection. Um, so it's like work, right? So like if you were at work, right, and you have a goal, you have an objective, right, set out. Either it comes down from corporate or it comes down from your boss or whatever that goal is, right? Um, or just if you're building a team at work, or if you are giving, you know, um, some things to work on or whatever it may be, again, like objectives. So well, whenever you put that team together or you try to complete those objectives, you're not going to complete those. You're not going to be able to build that team perfectly. You're not going to be able to complete those objectives perfectly. You're not going to be able to. adhere to any type of perfection. So the same thing applies, right, for us. But why do we still try to attain perfection? And the reason is this: the reason that we still try, at least I try to attain perfection, even though I know it's not a realistic goal or it's not a realistic thing that's going to happen. But the reason I try to attain perfection still is because trying to attain perfection throughout that is when we catch greatness. So again, why do I still try to attain perfection? Is because throughout that process, I will catch greatness. So the same rule applies is like, um, so that's why we still try to attain perfection, even though we know it's not going to happen. But throughout that trying to attain perfection, we will catch greatness along the way and become great at what we do and become great people, become a great, whatever it may be, um, when it comes to that. So definitely that's why I shoot for, perfection, even though I know it's not going to happen. But throughout that, I know that I can catch and attain. Uh, I can catch and attain greatness, and greatness is shorter, right? Greatness is a shortcoming of perfection. So I know I can be great. I know I can attain greatness, um, and that. So when it comes to that, so it's just like to use a sports analogy, right? So like Michael Jordan, right? The greatest basketball player of all time, right? Um, when he shot every shot he took, he clearly was trying to make every shot he took, even though he knew in his mind, he believed every shot he took he could make, but he knew in the grand scheme of things, he's not going to make every shot. It's just not going to happen, right? But still, throughout that process of trying to be perfect and attain perfection, he knew he could catch greatness in that process. So what happened in that process? He caught greatness, right? So that's a great analogy, right? So you think about that, right? Every shot you take, you try to make, you believe you're going to make it, but on the grand scheme of things, that you're not going to make. Um, you know, that you're not going to make every shot, that you take. But throughout that process of trying to make every shot, you catch greatness. And again, that's why we still try to attain perfection for. That's why we try to make every shot that we take, even though we know we're not going to make every shot. But we do that to attain greatness, and that's what helps us attain greatness throughout that process. Um, so that's why you still shoot to make every shot, um, and be perfect in that way is to attain greatness, and that's what helps us again become uh, a better version of ourselves, to be better at work, to be a better Christian, to be a better husband, to be a better father, to be a better son, to be a better man, to be a better woman, to be a better wife, to be a better whatever it is. We know we're not going to attain perfection, but we know we can attain greatness in that process. And that's really what it comes down to, is attaining that greatness, um, that we catch. So um, that's really a good thing. Attaining greatness, catching greatness. That is things. So when it comes to that. So that's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it. That's why when I shoot, I try to make every shot, whatever it may be. So, so I hope to catch greatness, in everything that I do, right? So, um, and that's really the best that I can pray for and to hope for is greatness, not perfection, but greatness, when it comes to that. So yeah, there's a lot of things I've learned, along the way there. So, um, and I'll tell you real quick. I'll tell you real quick too. Before I sign off here, I'll tell you real quick what has actually helped me really see differently, through a different lens. Right? We all see life through like different lenses and different thing like that. So, when it comes to that. So yes, Omni, always you can suggest any suggestions you have, man. Let me know. Always willing to take suggestions for sure. Great point, Libby. Libby says one can't grow greatly without trying to. It's very true. Can't. Very, very true. So, but yes, Omni, like I said, always any suggestions you had, man, always put them in the chat, whatever you have. So, I'm open and willing to any suggestions. So, doesn't mean I'll get to it right away. It may not mean I not even get to it at all, but I definitely am. I definitely will take a look at it for sure. So, that's just being very transparent and being open with you. So, but definitely will. I definitely enjoy suggestions all the time. Feel free to anytime to always suggest whatever you want to suggest. But again, I got talking about. So, real quickly here before I sign off, what has really helped me change and look at different, life through different lenses and life through a different lens um, is really changing the perspective of how I look at things and how we look at things. And this is what has really helped me. So I can only, teach back what I know, what has helped me. So it's when we change our have tos. So like I have to do this, I have to do that. So when we change our have to get tos, it really, really changes your perspective. And I really thought about that like for quite some time. I'm like, and it does. And the more I think about how I've changed my um where I like to where I have um changed it from have tos to get to. So like some people, right? They're like, "Oh, I have to go to work today. I have to do the laundry today. I have to do dishes today. I have to mow the lawn today. I have to do this. I have to do that." If we take the have to out and go, "I get to do this," right? I get to do laundry. I get to do dishes. I get to mow the lawn. I get to go to work today, right? I get to be in a position where I'm at. I'm in the position where I work at because people believe in me in the job I'm at. So I get to be in this spot because people believe in me, not because I have to be here, not because I have to do this. It's because I get to do this. So, and I actually heard, and this was actually, and it's actually, so I'm a huge wrestling fan, huge wrestling fan. Um, huge. I've grown up on wrestling. I've been watching wrestling for long time. So I'm talking to WWE here. Back in the day, it was a WWF. Now it's a WWE. But a um, huge. I actually heard um, John Cena. So if you guys know who John Cena is, he's he's one of the most well-known wrestlers here within the over the past 20 years or so. Even longer. Actually do believe longer than 20 years now. So he's been around, I think, since like 04-ish, somewhere around that time, maybe 02, 03, 04, around that time. So, um, but besides that, um, I actually heard him say that. Well, I actually didn't hear him say that. I heard a wrestler talk about that, and her name is Lyra Valkyria. She's a current wrestler on the WWE roster, and she talked about how because when you're in the wrestling business, right, you want to be the spotlight, right? You want to be able to you want to be in the main event. You want to be able to um, you know main event WrestleMania, main event all Raw and SmackDown and everything. Like for wrestling, you want to be a top dog, right? That's what you want to do. But that's not everybody can't fill that spot. Like not everybody can have the main event shoes. The main event shoes are only filled for so many people. So not everybody is going to be a main eventer. So they have in wrestling they're called mid cards. They're called mid carders. So they wrestle during the middle of the show. They're part of the card is the whole show, and they wrestle during the middle of the card, so they're called mid carders. So she was talking about how she was, just kind of going through the things of like, hey, basically saying, well, maybe I, feel like I should be a main eventer. I don't feel like I'm being used as I should be used. My talents might be not being used as they are. And just, and basically she was saying that John Cena helped her out by saying, but basically it's changing her perspective of saying, from have to do this instead of say, or instead of thinking I have to do this to I get to do this. Because remember, there's always people who want to take your spot. There's always people who want to do things better than you. So if you think about from that perspective, is like if you think of like, oh yeah, I get to do this. Like the company is believing in me and they put me in this position, whether it's a mid card or wherever it may be. Maybe I'm not in the main event, but that's okay. I'm still going to perform. I'm still going to be thankful that I get to do this because there's always somebody else out there who wants that spot and take it from me. So that's helped me a lot to just in. So I thought about that a lot, and I was like, oh man, it just helped. Like just in my whole daily life, like in daily things, like um, oh, I don't have to take the trash out, right? I get to take the trash out. Like, oh, I don't have to go check the mail. No, I get to check the mail, right? I don't have to mow the lawn. No, I get to mow the lawn, right? And it's like, in even in my wife's relationship, it's just like, I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that. No, it's I get to do that, and I'm very happy that I get to do that type of stuff. So I think that has really what's helped me, kind of change the lens on things is switching the have tos to get tos. So just be thankful that you get to do the things that you get to do, and obviously, do them with a happy heart, do them with the to the best that you can, and be happy and be joyful in that process. So I just thought I'd give a little bit of that nugget, a little bit of tidbit there, but that is what has helped me really, really, change a focus lens of changing the way the have tos to get to, and it really makes you a little bit. It really makes you understand things, have a different perspective, and be happy that you are in the spot that you are in, and you get to do the things that the spot that you are in. Uh, so I would challenge you guys, just change your have tos to get tos, and let it change your perspective and open up a different lens, in your life there. So definitely challenge all of you to do that. So if you are not currently doing that, so looks like Omni is talking about great. Are you talking about? Oh wow! So you know what? You know what is, and this is not even. This is very trans. Obviously, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is very transparent. So this is actually already in the pipeline. Um, this is already in the pipeline. So Omni says, "I'd like to see one about the oceanic layers." Yes, yes, this is actually in the pipeline to talk about the zones. They're called zones, or you can talk about layers too, as well. Um, but yes, there are different zones as you go deeper in the oceans. But that's awesome, dude. That is so cool that you mentioned that because that is in the pipeline. So very cool stuff, man. So it is really great to learn about the different zones as you go lower and lower into the ocean there. So when it comes to that, so really great stuff. Yeah, awesome. I appreciate it. I mean, awesome, brother. Very great stuff, man. Yeah, but yeah, that's just that is in the pipeline already. So that's awesome. Love you, big guy. Love you. Libby says, I had a teacher that said the same type of thing about the Ten Commandments. Instead of looking at them as thou shalt not, to I can do. Like thou shalt not murder becomes I can give life. There, yes, awesome. Awesome. Very good stuff. But yeah, no, it's been a great chat today. It is 2:05 my time, 3:05 Eastern, 1:05 Mountain, and 12:05 Pacific. So it is if you're in the continental United States, lower 48, It is now July 24th. So, um, but yeah, I mean, great. That's so cool, dude. That's so cool that you talked about that. It's like it's almost like that is so cool. So, but very good stuff. So, hope you all enjoy the chat. Hope you guys enjoy the topic. Learned about weather. Learned about the spheres. Uh, when it comes to that, happy birthday to Omni's mom. So happy birthday to her. Tell her we all said happy birthday to Mama Omni. Tell her from everybody from the John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education says happy birthday. So uh, hope she has a great one today. So, but yeah, again, thank you guys. You know, I love these fireside chats. Obviously, I love talking. I love just being able to be wrong, be transparent, and be open with one another. Um, but yeah, um, so appreciate y'all being in here. Thank you all. Hope y'all can respect. Again, respect the openness and respect the transparentness and respect, um, as being real and raw and open um, with the facts of life, right? So if you guys can take some challenges back and learn a little bit, obviously I've learned from you guys here in the chat, talking, being open, being real, and being raw about things. So very thankful for that. So again, hope you guys learned, quite a bit about the spheres, the different types of spheres, different type of um, different type of atmosphere layers in the atmosphere. Some pretty cool stuff when it comes to that. So again, very thankful for all of you being here. Hope you guys all enjoy the chat. um, I respect all of you. Oh, thank you, Omni. I just seen. Thank you, Omni, for following me on Twitch. Thank you. Appreciate that. So thank you to everybody who is watching on Twitch. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who's watching on uh, YouTube. And thank you to everybody who's watching on Kick. I appreciate all of you. Again, I hope you guys can all respect, the openness, the transparentness, the rawness. So appreciate all that. But thank you, Omni. Thank you to all the mods for being in here. Thank you to everybody who has, um, chat, who has chatted, who has sat by, who has watched. Appreciate all of you. Again, please please subscribe. Pushing towards 5K subscribers. Going to get there in a couple days if we stay on this trajectory. So it's going to be pretty awesome. So, but yeah, appreciate that, Omni, that suggestion. Like I said, that's already in the pipeline, and it may be the next one. It might actually be the very next one. So I kind of go back and forth when I have things in the pipeline. I just kind of choose, one here nor there. But I think that is going to be the next one. So look for to learn about the zones of the ocean and what happens as we go deeper and deeper into the ocean. So, but there are zones, just like there are layers in the atmosphere. There are zones. They call them zones. Zones in the oceans there. So, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. So look for that, Omni. Great suggestion. That actually will be the next one. So look forward to that. It might be tomorrow, or I mean, it might be today. Today is Friday now. Uh, might be planning that. So, um, when it comes to that, so Libby says, so we need to get our diving gear ready. Next stop, the ocean. Yeah, next step. Yes, there you go. There you go. So I appreciate you guys wanting to learn. I appreciate you guys learning here. In the John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Appreciate you guys listening to me. Appreciate you guys taking any type of advice, any type of anything, whether it's weather, whether it's personal lives, whether it's, anything. I appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate any type of you know, just taking that and everything else. So again, very appreciative of all of you in here. Thank you to everybody who's watching on all the platforms. Thank you to everybody who's lurking. Thank you to everybody who's probably sleeping right now and still has me on. I appreciate that. So, uh, that's awesome. So, but yeah, we're gonna learn about. So the next stream is we are going to learn about the zones of the ocean. I have studied this pretty quite extensively. This has also been one of my passions too. I found this many years ago to be very inquisitive to learn about the zones. Because when I first started learning about that, I had no idea that there were zones in the ocean. There was nothing. I didn't know that there were zones as you went deeper. I didn't know that they had layers or zones. I didn't know anything about that. So, but once I started to learn about that, it was really awesome. So, um, so thank you. Oh, thank you, Julie, as well. Thank you for being in here. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Thank you, Julie. God bless you. But again, yeah, we'll talk about the ocean next stream. We'll talk about how pretty much, I think off the top of my head, I think if I remember correctly, about 90% of it has not been explored. I think only about 10% has been explored. So again, there are many things that are out there that we have just never ever explored yet in the ocean, in all of the oceans, right? So again, yes, it's going to be a great topic. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have some great fireside chats as well. Again, we can talk about anything you guys want to talk about, right? So, um, I'm here to talk about anything, everything. Certain things would be off topic, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't say everything and anything, right? So, like, I'm gonna get into politics. Like, we're not gonna do politics, right? That just politics separates people. I mean, then my channel is not built off of politics, so this is not the channel for that. But again, we'll talk about life lessons and learning, and uh, things like that, and things that bring people together and not separate people. So, um, but again, we will be real and raw and open about that. What we go through. So yeah, again, I just challenge you guys: be open, be transparent, be real, be raw, forgive yourself, love yourself. So that's really where healing starts at. So uh, when it comes to that. So, but again, thank you all to the mods. Thank you everybody for being in here. You guys are awesome. Everybody, all over the all over the country, all over the world, wherever we're at. Again, thank you to everybody who has uh, fallen asleep and still has me up, either on their phone, on their TV, on their tablet, or whatever it may be. Appreciate all of that. Appreciate all you lurkers. And hopefully I will hear back from YouTube. So real quick, hopefully I will hear back from YouTube very soon, and hopefully be accepted into the YouTube partnership program. So again, I have to wait for them to accept. They have to still have to review my channel and then accept me into that program, so I can become monetized. And all the fun stuff that goes also with becoming a YouTube partner. So, but that being said, appreciate it. You all are awesome. God loves you all more than what you will ever know, more than what you currently know. So just know you are loved. God loves you guys very much. So, very thankful, very blessed for all of you. Hope you guys all enjoyed. And again, contact me through email, through whatever it may be. Appreciate it. So, very blessed and very thankful to have each and every one of you in here. So, God bless all of you. So, and like always, be brave and let the Lord guide